Now, this is my perspective, right? You would hope that the SEC would look into any major hedge fund blowout that is this big, this cataclysmic, that causes this kind of sell-off. But to me, the pressure is probably not available, and probably not a situational awareness. The pressure is going to be on the prime brokers because the SEC is going to go to them and say, "Look, you were lending this guy so much money. You were doing it at such a levered up ratio. Was your due diligence good enough? Were you scrutinizing this in the way you should have been?" And I expect the pressure to be more there. We also should know, just because subpoenas been issued, situational awareness has not been charged, they won't do it right yet. But it feels to me pressure will sit with the prime brokers, not with the long game.
No, I agree. You saw the pressure from the top. That's the it's leverage. It's always about leverage. It's not going to change the market. On leverage, it's not a good thing. It's fun for all the time. But overall, as far as the base is fine, they want to triple or quadruple that. That's leverage. That's what issue with the market is to invest in that and the upward to get the backwards. Which is also to set.
Good morning. Let's see. Let me post what is active this morning. S&P 500 and NASDAQ top 10. These usually just stay in the top 10. Yeah, gold and silver miners look good, John. Definitely would be considering those on any pullbacks to the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. All right, so let's see. Qs are up this morning. Qs are up pre-market. Okay. Trying to get above the 50-day. 50-day is right there. We got about 8 minutes to go for the opening bell. Okay, 7 minutes. Just looking around, see what's going on here.
SWBL.
Okay.
MSTZ COHX GDXD DUST
Okay, we got about
GDXD
3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes to go.
GDXD
Okay, 3 minutes, exactly 3 minutes to go.
mRNA
Let's take a look at what Brent was saying this morning. We're looking for dull price action today. You can see positive gamma throughout the week. All right, this is today. Into the 28th. Okay, so we're looking at rates declining. Let's take a look at that real quick. The U.S. Treasury yield, 10-year pulling back. So that should be good for IWM. If you're trading IWM, okay, so IWM should be good today. We're up pre-market. We're in the top of yesterday's price action. A little over a minute to go. Okay, real quick. Let's see the top 10. AMD, NASDAQ, AMD, Marvell. Chips are good. Intel, Bill posting something about Intel this morning. Nebius and BIS up pre-market.
RKT.
SWBL.
Okay, New York Fangs are mixed. Ten seconds. SanDisk. Okay. And we're open. We are open. Okay. Let's see what's doing this morning.
DAIC.
Okay, there goes Microsoft. Looking good, Microsoft. Okay, Biotechs, XBI, Biotechs. Gapping up this morning. XBI. Watch Biotechs, looking good.
SOXS. CAPR.
AIXA. CAPR. DAIC. IHT. MDSB. ORKT. USDE. CRCG.
DAIC halted to the upside.
MRNX. AMIX.
AXTI. MUU. USDE. BMNR.
TMCI.
TME.
DAIC.
Okay, Marvell.
CAPR. IHT. USDE.
Buy orders at the close, sending this one higher at the open. SanDisk climbing here. Micron. Inside day. There goes Apple. Apple on the move.
TME. RIOT. CORZ.
Mhm.
AXTX. DAIC. CAPR, CIFG,
Apple have September calls on Apple. Looking for that to climb some more.
CIFG,
Apple.
REM, CIFU,
CRCG, FNS.
Keep an eye on the gold stocks as well.
RZLV, AXTL, CYPH,
CYPH,
SUPX, OFAL,
SNXX, SNDU, SNDG,
Okay, Bloom Energy up this morning.
AIC,
Bloom Energy, hot
CIF,
sizzle index.
ASST,
JEM, CAPR, APLX,
TNMG, JEM, SUPX, CRCG, BEX, VIPS,
BDRX,
Bloom Energy,
REAX, CYPH,
hot on the sizzle index.
DAIC,
AAOI as well.
and BDT, BTC,
Moving higher. AAOI after gapping down yesterday.
TCT,
CRCG,
ASST,
CRCA,
T1 Energy
RCG,
off the bottom.
CRCA, BMNU,
PMI,
MSTX,
AXTX, SWVL,
CYPH, CONL,
DAIC, CYPH,
AAOX,
and BDT, BTCT,
AXTX, BTPT, MAIR, AAOG, ASST,
Intel's up a little bit.
BMNU,
GEMI,
T1 Energy coming off the low.
SPX,
SWVL,
BZ,
Netflix popping up here. Netflix.
CONL,
LHSW,
MAIR, CRCG, AXTX,
All right. XBI, biotechs.
SWVL,
Biotechs on the move. XBI.
DAIC, RCON,
mRNA,
LHSW, ROBN,
CONL, ROBN,
WBVIP,
CRCG,
PSNYW,
Okay. New York Fangs are looking better. Nvidia popping. Nvidia, Netflix popping.
SWVL,
IMMX,
DAIC, TNMG, RCON, CXAI, SUNG,
AIXI may resume in less than a minute. ASST, MSTX,
WBVIP, APMD, AMIX,
CONL,
SWVL,
IMMX,
RCON,
USDE,
Understand the memory bottlenecks. We can look at the energy providers. We can see where the AI narrative is moving around.
AXTX, GEMI,
WBVIP,
BMNU,
AMIX,
CRCG, CONL, AIXI may rest in 10 seconds.
SWVL, DAIC,
MAIR, REAX,
SLQT, RCON,
RZLV,
OFAL,
Okay. S&P just sitting here.
This may resume in less than a minute. AMIX, AXTX,
FBDT, TNMG,
BTCT,
AMIX, PSNYW, GITS,
Okay. Let's look at that. Let's keep an eye on
USDE,
DAIC, SLQT,
what levels we have. Let's see. 76, 65 is a level.
OFAL,
AVXL, CONL,
FBDT, TNMG, PSNYW, DAIC,
RKLZ. DFNS may res in 10 seconds. USDE.
It says profits generate supply response.
OFAL,
Prices makes those profits. And markets are falling. They're not gonna-
FPTT, SWBL, TNMG, PMI,
DAIC. ABXL. CONL.
DAIC,
BTCT.
Investors say, okay, the shortages.
USDE.
Sector, and then we're gonna have a massive.
DFNS,
Jared, if you could amuse me, perhaps you pull up a chart of AMD or Intel or even both if you can.
FPTT, SWBL, LHSW,
ABXL.
DAIC, PMI,
PMI.
CONL, DFNS,
CRMU. GEMI.
AMIX, CR,
0 day.
SWBL,
Net OI.
USDE.
Okay, we clearly got a level at 76.65.
DAIC,
SNDQ.
CONL,
PMI.
DFNS, CRMX,
CRMX. ZSTK halted to the upside.
AMIX,
PMI
CRMU,
halted to the upside.
PMI, DAIC, LHSW,
GEMI. SNDQ.
WBBIP, CONL,
PMI.
FBDT, CRMX, DFNS,
LITZ.
BEZ,
BEZ.
AMIX, TNMG, PMI, SWBL,
GEMI.
PSNYW,
XPI still moving. So is Netflix.
FBDT,
Netflix on the move here. Finally getting a nice little pop.
LUC,
Trying to break out.
BEZ,
Netflix trying to break out.
XPON,
RZLB.
LHSW, TNMG, SWBL,
Netflix looking good. About to break out here on the daily.
PSNYW,
CYPH.
FBDT,
ASST.
WBB,
If you still have credit spreads, take a look at them. Take a look at them. They might be down to like $25, $20 to $25. What you sold at nearly $1. So about 65 to 70, $75 in profit. Close those out. I would put in a limit order to close them at about 20 cents.
FBDT,
GTC, good till canceled.
GEMI.
WBBIP, PSNYW,
RZLB.
LHSW, TNMG,
TNMG. MVLL. CYPH.
DFNX,
AIXI may res in 10 seconds. GEMI.
WBBIP, LHSW, TNMG,
MRNX. mRNA.
Netflix looking good. Microsoft.
AIXI,
Microsoft good.
RZLB.
DFNS,
GEMI.
SWBL,
Microsoft on the move.
CBAT,
MBLL.
OFAL,
Microsoft looking good here.
OFAL.
Above its pre-market high.
AIXI, DFNX,
MRNX.
TENX on the hot list. Looking for more follow through. Bloom Energy, active. No follow through yet.
MI may resume in less than a minute.
AXTI,
GFR may resume in less than a minute.
SMTC, Semtech,
AIXI,
Fuel Cell,
GFR may resume in less
FCEL,
than a minute.
active.
mRNA.
Okay, mRNA is active again.
MRNX.
mRNA is active again.
WBBIP,
TNMG.
mRNA is going.
NMG,
GEMI.
MRNX,
OFAL.
AIXI,
Meta's moving.
PMI may rest in 10 seconds.
DAIC,
GFRR may rest in 10
mRNA's on the move. So watch Tempest AI. Tempest
AL,
AI.
WBBIP,
S&P moving down a bit.
BEC.
DAIC,
ASTN.
OFAL, WBBIP,
OFAL. AGEN. CAST.
EMI,
WBBIP halted to the upside.
DAIC, OFAL, WBBIP,
AAOG. COHLU. They halted.
EMI,
CAST.
CAST, CRMU, CRMX,
CRMX.
DAIC, JDM, SMTK, OFAL, AIXI,
SMCX. CAST. MBLL.
TNMG, SMTK, OFAL, EMI, AIXI,
OFAL. BEZ.
JDM,
NBIZ. SMCX. RKLZ. ABXL.
AIXI, JDM, OFAL,
SMCX. SMCL.
All right, looking good.
COHX.
CRMU,
RZLV. COHH. AAOG. MBLL.
JDM,
USDE.
OFAL,
DFNS halted down.
DAIC, EMI,
SMCX. CRM.
S&P still hanging out, hanging tough.
AIX I halted down.
Okay, Netflix having a good day so far.
TNMG.
Above its pre-market high. We're waiting for the opening range.
RZLB. AAOX. COHH. USDE. CRMU.
CRMU. CRMX.
CRMX. GLUPA may resume in less than a minute. GLUA may resume in less than a minute.
PMI.
CBAT.
TNMG.
CRML.
What's up, Goosey? What do you need, baby?
CRMX.
CRMX.
AMIX. SMTK. PMI. SWB. TNMG. CRMU.
GLUA may res in 10 seconds. GLUA may res in 10 seconds. TENX.
CRMX.
WVVIP may resume in less than a minute.
SMTK.
SMTK. CRML.
PMI. SWVL.
AAOX. AAOG.
TNMG.
SMCX. CRMU. TEN SMTK halted to the upside.
SMTK.
SMTK. CRMX.
SWVL. XAIR.
AAOG may res in 10 seconds. XAIR. AAOX. MBLL. mRNA.
SMTK.
CRML. SMCX.
WBVIP. PSNYW.
CRMU. CRMX. AAOX. SMCL. AAOG. CAPR.
WBVIP.
AMPG. AAOX. APLX. AAOG. AAOI.
Yes.
WBVIP.
DFNS may resume in less than a minute. APLX.
PMI.
AMPG. AIXI may resume in less than a minute.
WBVIP.
AAOX.
PMI.
APLX. DFNS may res in 10 seconds. PMI.
WBVIP. AMIX.
MRAX halted.
TNMG.
AIXI may res in 10 seconds.
PMI.
AAOX. APLX.
All right. Nvidia's on the move.
AAOG.
AMIX.
MRAM.
TNMG.
CMCT halted down.
PMI. AIX. DFNX.
AMIX. SMTK may resume in less than a minute. APLX.
AIX.
MRAM.
MCRP. DFNX.
All right. Netflix looks good. Starting to see some profit taking. Same with Microsoft. Nvidia's hanging in there. Earnings tomorrow. We got earnings slated for tomorrow, the 26th.
AIX has halted to the upside.
Looking pretty strong. Nvidia. If you got Nvidia positions, consider or reassess your positions, whether or not you want to exit before tomorrow. Looking pretty good so far.
MCRP.
Palantir. What's Palantir doing?
SMTK. AIX.
Palantir pushing a bit higher. Looking for that breakout above 180. Has yet to happen. Semiconductors looking for a bounce. Biotech's looking good. Biotech's. Bloom Energy looking for that to break higher. Nothing there.
AMPG.
Fuel cell. These were active pre-market.
SMTK halted down.
Okay, Marvell. CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave.
WBVIP.
AMD.
DFNS.
MRAM.
Okay, AMD. We're looking for these chips to continue. Intel. Pulling back. Netflix.
BTCT.
Netflix bouncing again.
SKDD.
Okay, S&P 500, SPX.
WBVIP.
PMI.
It has also allowed us to be less exposed to tariffs and all those discussions. And in that sense, you see a result like this, we've been able to manage that in a very good way. I would then say below the surface in our
TENX.
independent of those tariffs.
WBVIP. PMI.
So good to be able to manage and just impact financial results, for instance, of the first half year in any city. At the same time, we have higher oil prices.
GRZ. JEM.
PMI.
RCON.
All right, starting to move down a little bit.
We haven't changed pricing because
PMI.
so we kind of stay our pricing.
MRAX may resume in less than a minute.
SWVL. PRZ.
CMCT may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, let's just check this again. Let's see, right now we got 7,700, 7,720. This is net OI so far, net OI for 0 day. I'll do non-0 day too, so you guys have that for reference.
TENX.
PRZ.
Okay, good. All right.
MRAX may res in 10 seconds.
WBVIP.
PRZO CMCT may res in 10 seconds.
PMI.
APLX.
DAIC.
TENX.
All right.
AIXI may resume in less than a minute.
Even my phone can raise my credit score instantly. Free. More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app.
MRNX.
DAIC. AMIX.
AMIX. LITX. MRNA.
Brent is where your big ideas become bold apparel. So you can wear and share your
APLX.
t-shirt, hats, hoodies, and more. Just think it, click it, and print
CIFG.
Get ready with me. Credit edition.
SMTK may resume in less than a minute. AIXI may res in 10 seconds.
AMIX.
All right. S&P pulling back a bit.
ADVB.
ADBB. LITX. AMIX. APLX. MRAM.
On way too many sites.
BTOG.
On Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple sites in one book. So you can save up to 40%. And just like that,
AMIX. AIXI.
let me guess. Trivago? You know it. Hotel?
SMTK may res in 10 seconds. WULX.
ADVB. AMIX. AIXI.
AMIX.
GRML.
SMCX. MRAM.
AIXI. AMIX.
AMIX.
CYPH.
All right. S&P is still fading a bit.
CYPH. mRNA. MRAM. SMCX. LITX.
AIXI. SWBL. WBBIP. CYPH. BDRX.
All right. Continue to fade a bit.
LITX.
SWBL. PRZ.
PRZO. MRAM.
AMIX.
AMIX. LITX.
SWBL. PRZ. AMIX.
S&P looks like it's going to be one of those boring days as anticipated. Opening range highs just overhead. Okay, stocks that are hanging in there. Okay, Netflix is pulling back a little bit.
SWBL.
Marvell, LITE, Lumentum, CoreWeave, AMD, Nebius, Astera Labs, Seagate Technologies, ARM Holdings, Micron, NVIDIA, and Shopify. That's the top 10.
AMIX. LHSW. AMIX. TNMG. LHSW.
SMTK may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, looking good. S&P just sitting here.
AMIX.
Marvell at the highs. No breakouts yet. Let's see. Supermicro on the hot list. Supermicro. Supermicro following through.
SMTK may rise in 10 seconds. MSTU. SMTK watch is down. MSTX. MSTU.
DAIC. PMI.
MSTX. MSTU.
DAIC.
PMI.
PMI. LUCY.
MRNX. FB and NU may resume in less than a minute.
DAIC. PMI. AIXI. PMI.
FBNNU may res in 10 seconds.
S&P continues to fade. New York Fangs look okay.
WBBIP. EMI. ERZ.
Super Micro S&P 500.
AIXA.
Palantir pulling back. Expecting a pretty dull day today. So this little pullback and looking for a little bounce. Moderna at the highs.
LITX.
BTCT. WBBIP.
PRZO. CBRZ. BTCT.
AMIX.
SMTK may resume in less than a minute.
BTCT.
MSTX.
AMIX.
EXYN.
BTCT.
SMTK may res in 10 seconds.
AMIX.
MSTX. PRZO.
ERZ.
BTCT. MSTU.
BTCT. AMIX.
MSTX. MSTU.
ERZ.
PRZO.
Okay, S&P still fading a bit.
MSTX.
ERZ.
PRZO.
AIXA.
OKLL. MSTU.
SWPL.
Okay, we're just kind of chopping around at the moment. mRNA still at the high of the day. Biotech's performing well.
AIXA. SWBL. AIXI. PMI. ZSTK.
MSTU.
AIXI.
MSTX. GEMI. SMTK may resume in less than a minute.
Just won another $800. What game is it? Tell me. Hey, look. Jackpot wins can happen anywhere during the lunch break at the airport.
AIXI.
Double down casino. Enjoy the community of players winning big from all around the world. Download now and start the fun.
GYGY.
GYGY.
SMTK may res in 10 seconds. PRZO.
WBBIP. DAIC. LUCY.
LUCY.
GYGY.
GYGY.
AIXI. WBBIP. DAIC. GYGY.
BRNX. MSTX. MSTU.
DAIC. GYGY.
GRML. BRNX.
All right, starting to bounce a little bit here. Palantir, Netflix, Nvidia, starting to bounce. The rest of the New York banks are kind of slow to the party at this point.
LUCY.
BRNX.
from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent vowing to cut Iran's economy from the rest of the world. And it comes an American
AIX.
brain of elevated
OFAL.
caused by ripple effects of the conflict in the Middle East. Now,
CSTK.
CSTK. HVII.
That's for our next guest, Ferdinand Patrick, head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy. Patrick, thanks as always for being with us. With these latest sanctions announced, what is the ripple effect here? And does this increase the likelihood of that $4 price point at the pump in just 2 weeks?
AIXI.
Well, it certainly introduces some risk. If Iran retaliates, there could be some impact, but gasoline prices usually seasonally start to
DAIC
decline
halted
this time
down.
of year. So unless something drastic and new happens, gas prices may still see some downward pressure in the weeks ahead. The Trump administration also put
CSTK. HVII.
CSTK. HVII.
Earlier, so there may be some relief. The national average has never been above $4 a gallon on Labor Day.
AIXI.
Even if it does slip slightly below that level by Labor Day, which certainly could happen, the all-time record back in 2012 on Labor Day was $3.83 a gallon. So consumers are still likely to pay amongst the highest, if not record-setting prices this Labor Day, but there may be some relief in sight.
BRNX halted down.
CSTK.
Sooner
SWBL.
usually happens, but gasoline demand starting to slowly decline now.
SMTK may resume in less than a minute.
So there may be a little
AIXI.
but for diesel, quite the opposite.
All right, starting to bounce a little bit. Let's take a look at hedge flows.
OFAL.
Okay, so we got these two levels here, 76.65 and 7,700 overhead. The top 10 remain in the top 10. Marvell, Light, LITE, CoreWeave, AMD, Nebius, Cadence Design added to the top 10. Shopify, ARM Holdings, NVIDIA, Mercado Libre, and AppLovin. That's the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Top 10 on the S&P 500 is Moderna, Supermicro, Marvell in descending order, Hood, Robinhood, Dell. Robinhood was active last week. Dell, look for a follow-through. Coherent, COHR, LITE, AMD, Hewlett Packard, and Ciena, followed by CDW.
MRAM.
Okay.
RZLV.
To their advantage, Republicans enabling policy to loosen prices that new state governors want to push back on that. Your point, yeah, it's unknown whether or not states are going to jump onto this. Like I said, though, it's a 2-week shift. It's really not going to make much impact. Even if states block this from happening, there's still some downward pressure, some tailwinds heading into November. A lot of consumers probably will say, oh, hey, it's politicians, but
PURR.
gas prices decline seasonally as well. Of course, the big what if, though, still Mother Nature. The National Hurricane Center still looking at 2 areas of interest for the tropical systems to develop. And that's something that we always keep an eye on this time of year. But, I think the highest gas price in 2026 may be behind us. But that also doesn't mean that we're going to see gas prices plummet at the same time. Americans still today paying about 90% a gallon.
ADBT halted to the upside.
SMTK.
PURR.
AIXI.
Ukraine and Russia. What exactly is the
GRML.
GRML.
As you mentioned, use the fuel that powers
GENB.
trains, tractors, and trucks, especially as farmers get out and
BEZ.
now ahead of harvesting their crops. The price of diesel is closing in on records, just 25 cents a gallon away from that today.
AIXI.
It's extremely problematic for the agricultural sector. And, I've seen posts on social media in recent days that trucking rates are near record levels as well. So that's extremely problematic.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
And it certainly will continue to lead to a
ADBT.
that many Americans will start to again feel in the weeks and months ahead.
GENB.
Interesting how you point out in your note that very specific areas of the US. We're seeing some weekly swings to lower direction. The things below that are
BMNU.
BMI. SMTK.
lower their contract.
Well, according to my partner in crime, who's looking at the data behind my shoulder now, a lot of it is driven lower by shifts from region to region. We are seeing some relief in some areas of the
ADBT.
country based on regional dynamics, and that's what we're going to see here in the weeks ahead. Is
SNDRNX may resume in less than a minute. B. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds. PMI. NBIZ.
Michigan gas prices jumped at the same
BEZ.
time oil prices were declining. So there are those regional disconnects where prices may not follow a market set prices on a daily basis, but in time, think of it as a marathon. We're all kind of going to
DAIC.
finish line. Some states may go down before they go up. Some states may go
SNDQ.
up before they go down.
BMNU.
Still fading.
BMI.
You bet.
PMI. MSTX may rise in 10 seconds. MSTX. BEZ. NBIZ. PURR.
DAIC.
Gold is a hedge against inflation. I know
SNDQ.
this is the only thing that real
BMNU.
BMI.
Okay, we continue to fade.
SMTK.
no one ever talks about
XBI, we got a breakout, opening range breakout on XBI.
BEZ. RZLV. NBIZ. MSTX.
DAIC.
I'm in control.
PURR.
No one else
PMI.
has hands on it. I can put my hands right now.
PMI. SMTK.
If you'd like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio,
BMNU.
you'll also receive the complete guide to buying gold.
MSTU.
And valuable information, including facts you should know
RZLV.
about purchasing gold, silver, platinum.
MSTX.
DAIC.
You'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issue
PURR.
why you need to start
ASST.
today. You'll also receive a copy of the new report, Protection in the Risk. We'll explain this some steps.
BMNU. PMI. MSTU. DXYZ.
BMI.
ADBT may resume in less than a minute.
BRNX. DAIC.
RZLV.
GRML.
ASST.
Okay, biotech still looking really good here. New York Fangs, let's go check it. Before we do that, let's look at junk bonds. It's almost 10:30 now, so we should be looking for trends. Junk bonds above, gapped above. That's a good sign. Okay, that's a good sign for the bulls, equity bulls. Let's look at the 10-year yield. 10-year yield, we said that if 10-year continues to move lower, that should be good for Mondo and IWM traders. We haven't a bid yet, but could be stirring right now. Okay, we already pulled back, so this might be an opportunity right in this area. Let's look at breadth. Okay, right now everything's pointing down except for the NASDAQ. So watch the NASDAQ, favor the NASDAQ at the moment. We do know that we have positive gamma. So even though we do have a little bit more selling this morning, we've got 168 stocks advancing. Yesterday we had 310 this time of day. We had 310 stocks advancing. Today we have 170 on the S&P. 51 on the Qs. So Qs are favored. We only have, let's see, 3 sectors bullish at the moment. Communication services, that includes Meta, Netflix. Netflix is trying to move higher. We've got healthcare moving higher by 0.3%. And tech outperforming. Okay, XLI continues to flash off and on. So that's telling me to look at Caterpillar. Nothing on Caterpillar. Okay. Microsoft. Okay, might be an opportunity here. It's back above its pre-market high. The volume is pretty low.
ASST.
Okay, we were lower pre-market.
USDE. BMNU. PMI. PURR.
EMI.
RCLV.
DAIC. AIXI.
STDN. ASST. PURR. GENB. USDE. PURR. SMU. ASST. USDE. MSTX. CRCG. MSTU. PURR.
All right, more selling.
NCPL. SWBL.
ADBT may resume in less than a minute. JEM. CBRZ.
NCPL.
NCPL.
AIXI.
PURR. ADBT may rise in 10 seconds.
HCWB.
Today is day 2. I need to set up a tab on the positions tab. So I'm going to start tracking these iron condors I started yesterday, utilizing a OCO order. So we enter a short iron condor. In this case, because we gapped up 20-25 points, waited till about 9:45. On a regular day where the markets are kind of flat at the open, we would take an iron condor about 9:31 after the spreads tighten up a little bit and before the markets lose much implied volatility. We would do a normal iron condor at 9:31. But because today we gapped up, we were up over 40 handles, had to wait until about 9:45 to execute this iron condor. So what I'm going to start doing is under under the positions tab.
RCLB. PURR.
Okay, under the positions tab here, I'm going to what's going on here?
SMU.
NCPL,
GENB. MSTU.
What the hell is this?
OKLL. BMNU. ASST. CRMU. CRCG.
Now, if you got Google Drive, you got to wait for an advertisement to pass. This sucks.
NCPL,
Why do I have to do this? Anyway,
GENB.
the positions tab on the main site has all the positions that we're working on. I'm going to open up another tab that has these iron condors in it. I'm going to start tracking win-loss ratios, etc., to track the strategy. Anyway, Microsoft flat, NVIDIA pull back in. Netflix is holding up very well. It's at its opening range. It's trying to break out. However, it's not on above average volume. I'm not expecting opening range breakout on above average volume on something like Netflix. It takes a lot of volume to move these bigger tech stocks. Okay, but Netflix is breaking out technically. Okay, so if you're in Netflix, we'd love to see Oracle do something similar. Oracle still flirting with this 50-day moving average over here on the right. Oracle, 50-day.
CRCA.
50-day, 21-day. 21 days crossing.
GENB. NCPL.
NCPL,
Okay, so that looks good. 21-day cross. Moving back above. Okay, so Oracle, we need to get above this high right here. Okay. All right, what else is going on? XBI has been active. Biotechs are very active thanks to Moderna. Okay. Moderna turning back up. They've been working on a cure for cancer. That's really good compared to this coronavirus BS that I'm not even going to get into it, but you know I'm very negative on the coronavirus vaccine that all these firms put out there, thanks to Fauci and Bill Gates. Anyway, Moderna working on a solution for pancreatic cancer.
USDE. CRCG.
Okay, Keytruda.
JM.
Together with Keytruda, let's go see what Merck is doing.
NCPL,
Merck, MRK. All right, that's trying to break out. Merck.
OKLL.
I prefer to get into Merck if it pulls back to say the 9 EMA, which is not shown. The 9 EMA is probably around here somewhere. And the 5 EMA is probably like right there. So I'd like to see a pullback and then have this turn back up for an entry with a stop under like 144. All right, Merck, Keytruda,
NCPL.
Moderna,
OKLL.
working on a cure for pancreatic cancer. Tempest AI doing the AI testing, I believe. That's up again today. All right. So opening range breakouts on Tempest AI looks good.
NCPL.
Premium e-commerce marketplace for children's products makes an ad. Is music which time happens to a new market.
Super micro on the hot list today. A lot of calls playing, trading on super micro worth a look. It's on the percent change gainers, thinkorswim. TMCI, that is a $4 stock, $5 stock. That one's seeing a lot of activity. Note pre-market volume was 2.4 times. Intraday volume, it's a doji spinning top for now. Not really into this Treese medical concepts. I'm not really into stocks under $5 or $10. It's just not my thing. Palantir, okay, that's still in this range. Nothing to see here. S&P, okay, we're bouncing near this area. Net OI, 7650. There's some area right here of support. You can see people are short. 7650. On the right side, that means the dealer is long, market short. On the left side of vertical is market long, dealer short. So right now we're bouncing at support with a short iron condor presently in play. I'll show you what I took. This is a test that I've been working on.
And now that's starting to shift into apparel and fall back.
EMI.
But I do think, thus far in 2026.
Okay, now.
Resilient consumer who continues to shop, and you are primarily
GENB.
e-commerce focused. And with that, I did see you guys have 50%
USDE.
between a full price model, but also being promotional.
NCPL.
WULX.
EMI.
FBNNU halted to the upside. ADBT may resume in less than a minute.
And right now, are you seeing people lean into the promotions, or are they sort of looking to
GENB.
up ahead of maybe some already back to full down, some of them just a couple weeks? It's a pretty equal mix of full price and down. Okay, and when you think about this economy that we're seeing right now,
WULX.
Have you noticed any trends of consumers leaning into those full price clothing, or maybe just going for jewelry or smaller price points? Yeah, I think there's a mix. I think particularly in the teen segment, we can see a higher average order value. In our play category, we see higher spend. On the whole,
ADBT may rise in 10 seconds.
But particularly coming out of the outdoor season, our outdoor play category.
Okay, LL.
In that play category, are they toys, or what are that? We're starting to move out of swing set and really big, household summer and that seasonality. And now we're we've seen so far, I think when you think about the holiday that is coming up, larger holiday, Hanukkah or Christmas, what do you expect there? Because it seems like the customer has been resilient. Are you expecting a strong holiday season? We are predicting a really solid H2.
Okay, LL.
Things for us that does shift a little bit into play.
GRML.
And now, one last question here. Neon Rebel launching just last week. What sort of response have you seen? What
GENB.
are you looking for these days? So far, so good. We've seen really solid traffic to neon levels, which is on evenet.com. We've seen really solid performance of apparel categories from South
RCLB.
So bigger brands, smaller brands, we're seeing that they're also growing as well. It's been amazing to see the runner look how well.
OKLL.
GRML,
RCLB.
NCPL,
GENB.
And now she.
OKLL.
One room, 3 sides, 1.
Oh, what's going on here? Sorry.
GRML, NCPL,
Okay, here we go. Support. Lots of support down below. Okay. That's charm. Don't be alarmed. It's charm. Okay, towards the end of the day, we see volatility should pick up a little bit. But notice this purple band, all of this down below, that's support. That's positive gamma, dealer positive gamma. Dealers have an incentive to keep prices above 76.50.
NCPL,
GENB. RCLB. OKLL. FBNNU may rise in 10 seconds.
Yeah, TEM looking good, right? TEM looks good. I would probably look for consolidation right in here. Okay, so we've got a triangle or a pennant pattern. Okay, basically a pennant. All right, let me go to the 60-minute. It'll be a little easier to see. Okay. All right, so we got a pennant. So obviously any break to the upside would be a long. Any breakdown would be no trade or a short. Right now we're fully expecting TEM to continue to garner profits from this whole pancreatic cancer work that Moderna is doing. It also bought a company recently, TEM, that will help it in this endeavor. Let's see. Let me go here. TEM. Okay, TEM. Okay, it acquired Personalis. It acquired this company, TEM. So keep that on your radar. TEM most likely will break to the upside out of this pennant pattern we just showed you. Personalist's tools identify unique markers in a patient's cancer cells, enabling Moderna to craft a custom, the key word is custom mRNA vaccine that targets those exact features. Genetics is getting so crazy. Our genetic markers, each person being so different. This is really good. Tempest confirmation that it plans to handle gene sequencing once the Moderna and Merck personalization cancer vaccine receives FDA approval. So this is a big thing. It's a big deal. That's a big deal for Tempest AI. We're looking for a breakout. Okay, so have that on your list of stocks to watch. Okay. Along with Moderna, which is doing really well, we have opening range breakouts noted. Moderna, the volume isn't significant enough to tell us that it's in play. Status will continue. Right now, we'd like to see a burst in volume and break out above last week's highs. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, it'll be a good signal. Meanwhile, Microsoft is trying to turn back up. Netflix is holding the highs. We've got Marvell at the top of the NASDAQ 100. AMD reversing, still in its base on the daily. Okay, AMD, I do have a position in AMD. Looking for this to break above the 50-day and this subjective trend line. Downward sloping trend line. Looking for a break to the upside. Like to see the semiconductors continue. We've got tech showing strength today. Trying to get back above the 50-day. Currently, we've got 175 stocks advancing. We've got 5 sectors green. Communication services, healthcare, 0.1%. Real estate, barely green. Tech is up 0.75%. 0.7% on tech, and utilities are up 0.2%. Core 1M is at 973, continues to climb. So this is giving us a good signal into Friday's Jackson Hole speech. It'll be the first time Warsh obviously will be speaking to the Jackson Hole crowd. So I don't plan on doing a short iron condor on that day or any FOMC days. So that's one part of the test. Any major news, we don't really trade that particular strategy. All right, Microsoft's still climbing here, Microsoft. So Core 1M is telling us we should see some nice potential trades on the call side as calls get less expensive. Marvell at the top of the list. Moderna at the top of the S&P 500. Moderna, Supermicro, Robinhood. Let's take a look at Robinhood. That was something we pointed out last week. That's breaking out. Robinhood pointed to that last week. Excuse me.
NCPL.
Robinhood looks good. Robinhood. Okay, that looks pretty good. We've got opening range breakouts. Hood.
NCPL.
Opening range breakout signals on Robinhood. Okay, Microsoft on the move. Microsoft going. Above VWAP, Microsoft. Microsoft going above VWAP. Microsoft looks good. We're above VWAP and pushing higher. Opening range high was around 490.10. Okay, so this is looking better. So we also looked at Meta yesterday, if you recall. We were looking for that to turn. Okay, Meta did turn. Okay, let me see. I have notes here from yesterday. Okay, what's Visa doing? Visa and MasterCard, inside day. Okay, so that's starting to base at highs. Costco was up big yesterday. Inside day today. Visa, Verizon, and AT&T following through. All right.
MPG, IRE, IREG, CIFG, OKLL.
Okay, AT&T and Verizon yesterday, we were looking for that to follow through.
OFAL.
Okay, Apple, no follow through. Amazon, Google, no follow through. Netflix seeing a little profit taking. AT&T on the move. AT&T.
ADBT may resume in less than a minute. GORO.
Okay, we're adding more. More sectors are trying to go green. Tech is up the most. Tech is up the most. Climbing almost 1%. Doesn't look that great on the daily, but you know, we're basically oscillating above and below. Since we pull back below, the odds are, or the probabilities are better for a long signal than if you were at the highs and starting to roll over. Buying at the highs resulted in a pullback. So I like these pullbacks. 21 days crossing up through the 50-day. I don't know if you can see that, but 21 days crossing up through the 50 days. So the odds are becoming more bullish for tech presently. And we've got, we can see that breadth is improving for XLK. Core 1M is almost at 10 at this point. Qs are up 0.5%. IWM is up 0.25%, with the 10-year yield moving lower. We continue to add stocks that are advancing. Got 180 now. We were at like 160 or 150 when we opened this morning. Let's look at S&P equal weight. That removes the weight of these New York FANG components that are lagging at the moment. All right, so New York, the S&P equal weight is saying neutral at the moment. Okay, so a boring day is what we're looking for. Okay, if you read the Gamma update this morning, okay. Expectations of a dull market remain for today. 7,700 and 7,650 are support and resistance. Okay, that's why I sold outside of 7,700 and below 7,650 on that iron condor. We should be okay here. Gamma reading fairly stable through Friday, with traders clearly steering clear of Warsh's 10 a.m. Jackson Hole speech. Okay, so that looks good. Right now, we've got 5 sectors green and 5 sectors red. 6 sectors red, sorry. Industrials keep flickering back and forth.
ADBT halted down.
Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. We're closing in on the 11 o'clock hour. It is Tuesday, August the 25th. All right, weighted signal.
mRNA.
DAIC. NCPL. NCPL.
Okay, tick cumulative. We are looking for that to cross up. It is green on the 60-minute time frame, although breadth at the moment
MSTX.
isn't bullish, it's neutral. Looking for that to turn up. Tech is looking good, though. All right, we got Microsoft continues here. Microsoft continues. All right, there goes Microsoft back up to the highs. So if you bought that dip when we first noted it, Microsoft still going.
mRNA.
WBBIP.
MSTX. MSTU. mRNA.
10-year continues to fall. That's good. Corey, thank you for the update.
CONL. PMI may resume in less than a minute. NU. BEAM. RGTX.
WBBIP. NCPL.
mRNA. BMNU. NUAI. RZLV. PMI may rest in 10 seconds. CONL. IRD. USDE. GORO.
NCPL. PSNYW.
SMU. BMNU. ADBT may resume in less than a minute.
NCPL.
RZLV. IRD. RUM. SMU. GORO.
NCPL.
ADBT may rest in 10 seconds.
NCPL.
RCLV. NCPL. BMNU. UUUG.
NCPL.
RCLV. MPG. NCPL.
Okay, NVIDIA continues to pull back a bit. Okay, let's take a look at the S&P. Watching Microsoft here, doing well. S&P still fading. Okay.
BMNU. MPG.
NCPL.
BMNU. MPG.
EMI.
RCLV.
NCPL.
NCPL.
NCPL. AIXI.
RCLV.
NCPL.
NCPL.
AIXI. AIXI. EMI. ATPT.
NCPL. MSTX.
NCPL.
MSTU. BMNU.
AIXI. EMI.
All right, just watching the markets here.
WBBIP.
Kind of dull, expecting dull price action today. Looking for a move back up into the range.
BMNU.
Support right in this area.
EMI. ATPT.
HELP.
NCPL.
STDN.
ATPT. AIX.
All right, not much movement here. We're just watching S&P. There is a lot of gamma support right at 7650, 99 percentile at 7650. How big is that? Let's see, that is 3.6 billion.
CRML. HELP.
7650. All right, so 7650. Okay, that's a level.
NCPL.
NCPL.
7650. Dealer 7650. 7650.
HELP.
Can't type.
USAR.
NCPL.
NCPL.
All right, here we go.
CRML.
ATPT.
Okay, so that's that dealer gamma right there, 7650. All right, Microsoft could care less. Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft.
NCPL.
Microsoft on the move. Looks pretty good on the daily, huh? I still like these 500 510s, by the way. Debit spreads. Riot. All right. All right.
NCPL. NCP down.
Okay, Microsoft back to the highs. Okay, opening range. Microsoft at the opening range high. Microsoft threatening a breakout here.
NCP down.
Okay, getting bulls to try to bite here and selling it at the moment.
AIXI.
All right, so futures trying to bounce here.
And what's been true for, go back to last year, 1.5 years of these kind of data points that I have pretty present in mind is that consumer spending.
AIXI.
Higher income bands, consumer spending, higher income bands continues to grow. So we have not seen dramatic changes. What we see is we get lower is we see savvy consumers. So digital economy comes with some ability to understand what to best do. You can shop around much easier. You can see best go over here, do that. So
Okay, we're looking for the S&P to turn. Okay. Still haven't touched this 7650 dealer positive gamma zone. So it's possible that we still go there, move up towards VWAP and roll over again, bear flag. The Q's looking a little better. Still trying to get above the 50-day. S&P is above the 50-day and the 21-day. So it's all relative. But tech is seeing some buying. Here goes Tesla. Tesla turning back up. Okay, Tesla had a nice move into yesterday. 50 days climbing now. 200 days overhead. 50 days overhead. We got a gap to fill. All right, New York Fang looking better. We are above, junk bonds are above the 50 day. So this is a big improvement. Up until last week, we had spent about 10 weeks below, 12 weeks below. Now we're starting to climb. So this is a good signal going into September. We didn't have the August pullback. I'm crossing my fingers. We haven't had the August pullback that sometimes happens to the markets. We do have a midterm election. Midterms are November. So we got September and October to deal with.
KURA.
We got Warsh on Friday at Jackson Hole. NVIDIA seeing some $11 million worth. I wonder what if they're selling calls, dollar or what? Let's go take a look at NVIDIA through the lens of Equity Hub. Okay, here is NVIDIA. Okay, we're currently trading 210. NVIDIA is currently trading 210. Right here, right in the thick of all this positive and negative gamma.
CIFU.
A lot of negative gamma in this area. So this should be supportive. This should be supportive. We're right at this level here, 210. Positive gamma below this and above it. NVIDIA.
NCPL.
Put walls at 190 for NVIDIA. So that's 20 points below. All right, we're starting to turn here. If you were thinking about a trade on the S&P, we're starting to turn. Support below. Okay. We're starting to move back into the red zone, so that's telling you a fast move could result. Microsoft at the highs.
NCPL.
JEM vaulted to the upside. UUUG.
Broadcom turning up. Tesla turning up. Netflix back to the opening range high. Microsoft opening range high. Apple turning, short covering. S&P is starting to turn.
NCPL.
Tesla turning up. S&P starting to catch a bid. All right, we got VWAP to deal with. Turning the corner. You could trade here, put a stop underneath 76.65 or so. S&P looks good.
JEM. NCPL. SWBL.
ADBT may resume in less than a minute. NCPL.
WBBIP.
CLSX.
NCPL.
So words get there, trust scheme. So there's a
WBBIP.
NCPL. ADPT may rise in 10 seconds.
NCPL.
Let's say next.
ADVT. NCPL.
APCL.
NCPL.
TEM. ABCL. JEM may resume in less than a minute. TEM. ABCL.
Significant shift in balance. Payments made from businesses, small businesses today.
All right, so bear flag as expected. We might see a bear flag.
TEM. JEM may rise in 10 seconds. TEMT.
Our sponsorships being made to make prices has created
JEM vaulted to the upside.
NCPL. NCPL.
All right, Tesla going here. Tesla looking for a follow through. Tesla starting to see some action. Okay, we had a lot of selling yesterday. Tesla, 21 days turning up. Okay, so this is looking better. 50-day. $50 right there. Looks good. Tesla looks good. Tesla looks good. Pfizer, you like it? Pfizer. Okay. 1127 on the East Coast.
NCPL.
NVIDIA turning. NVIDIA shorts covering.
LSX. ABCL. TRZO.
TRZ.
ABCL. GTXU.
AIX. TRZ. AIX.
TRZO. ABCL.
NCPL.
Tesla moving here. Tesla.
SPAL.
AIX.
SOXL. Semi is doing well today.
SPCU.
IRD.
JEM may res in 10 seconds. SPCH. SPCF. TSLL.
TSLL on the move.
SPCH. SPCF.
Netflix breaking out.
RAIN. ATBT.
Netflix.
SPCH. SPAX. SPCH. LOFF.
ATBT.
SPCH. LOFF. RQM.
Less understood by a lot of the investment public. People just want AI, they think it's AI, when actually there's huge opportunity away from it.
Shovels, optical components, the power components, the
SPCM.
construction companies that build out the data centers.
HVAC and-
RAIN.
HVAC and plumbing. Yeah. In that group, when you talk about the adjacent.
SPCU.
I think there's, founders all up and down the spectrum. We talked right before the three of us sat down together. I was with a large $50 billion industrial company.
NCPL.
And by implementing sensors with their AI stack,
SPCH.
upsell process,
GDXU.
humans did $1 million.
SPCM.
14
LOFF.
with their AI sensors.
That much more opportunity.
RAIN.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing that. You're seeing that now the earnings season.
CU.
Yeah, not only the companies that have reported, we can go back to the last BLS.
RAIN. JPM may resume in less than a minute.
There was an incredible bifurcation distance between the AI construction and the residential construction.
SPAL.
Those jobs, including the contractors, they lost 44,000. And then you look at the data.
RAIN.
Well, the industry where you would have the data centers, it doesn't break out AI specifically, but you have 126.
PRZ.
So there's a big imbalance.
SPCH.
Strength that they're big. Well, but it's interesting because.
LOFF.
NCPL.
Governor Adams from Texas came out with this headline article now saying that he's in Texas.
mRNA.
The brakes on AI data centers.
Moderna.
I think it's okay to put some regulation around it because they don't want it necessarily spinning out of control. But I think you have to be careful not to bring it to a screeching halt.
JEM may res in 10 seconds.
I would agree there because, they're not in my backyard. It's a very valid complaint because people's electric bills are going up. And
GDXU.
Is that true? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen evidence. So I think studies both ways. And I think overall, you take a look at
NCPL.
the prices rising, there are other factors there. Energy costs are up. So it's hard to isolate. That's right. Energy costs are going up. And so I think that's more the issue in terms of high utility prices than it is gains. But yeah, they've got to pay for the energy. They're going to go to space anyway. Well, you don't have to talk about it. That is right. That's right. So when it goes to space, that'll be the next issue, right? Well, it's so much development behind
SMCX.
Fuel cell,
RAIN.
holding the bars, or whether it's the Caterpillar being sold out on the big gas turbine. Right. That's why I give that gentle pushback. I'm not residential power prices, given that the data centers want to have their own captive power, so they're not beholden to anyone else.
And so that's a very interesting perspective because the anti-data center people will not use that argument, right? Because it doesn't fit their narrative. Right. They want to use the argument that it's causing utility bills to skyrocket all over the place. When I don't
DAIC.
think that's true, and I think there was another article about data centers being all self-contained, right? Self-contained. They're not drawing water from the system. It's like a radiator. It's all self-contained, so it's not.
JDM.
It's not putting extra stress on the community. And as much as commodity prices are fungible, and they might drive up the price of uranium at some point. Right. Like, I hear you with that. Right. But I also think the other thing is that, and Mark Zuckerberg came out either today or yesterday talking about people that are building these data centers need to actually come and have a conversation with the community to talk about the benefits that this data center is going to bring to this community, or the money that's going to generate, how it's going to impact infrastructure spending, school spending for the kids, right?
JDM.
Better quality schools, better paid teachers. That's right. That's much better. Right? And I think they haven't done that to this point. And I think Mark Zuckerberg, he had a piece there, right? And he was talking about that's what needs to happen next. And I think that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, I think some of the other big model providers have done the opposite of that. They sold a little bit of fear when they should have been talking about the opportunity. I think Mark's really leaned in. He's not only talking about how to help the teachers and the firefighters, but he's really
JDM.
where his mouth is on job training. Right. Meta's got this program now where they'll train you in a trade, guarantee a job. If you raise your hand and say, I don't want to work for Meta, go work for someone else. But they just want to grow the trade opportunities for the communities that they're investing in.
SMCX.
RED.
RUM.
These are
CCXI.
super voting shares. And, you know, we talk about the moral authority of pivot change. Equity market, really, you know, an example of that.
JDM.
Is it too early or is SpaceX in here? We own SpaceX. We bought it on the IPO print. As an old trader yourself, you know, the head of the desk at Morgan Stanley did a superb job on print one. That is amazing. I look, I'm a Goldman guy, but I got to give it to Morgan Stanley. I believe that it's the best ever executed.
CONL.
The opening trade print. You know, the big
CRCG.
Did you buy it at the IPO price or did you buy it on the opening print? What is the difference, right? We're not quite a big
RUM.
fish to get the loan from Morgan Stanley. The IPO price is 135. The other print was 150. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Is he gave folks like us the opportunity to buy at a price because it was showing 175 plus pre-market. But that's the experience that he had to say the real buyers, folks like us, 100%. Look, the Capitals and the T-Rows, the Fidos, the people that actually build a position, we're much closer to that, not way up here.
JDM.
RUM.
SWBL. NCPL. JDM.
All right, we're still just kind of chopping around. Okay, so Netflix continues. Nice little rally on Netflix breaking out. Okay, stocks noted earlier today. Marvell still at the top of the NASDAQ 100. AMD climbing the list. This was down a little bit lower. Cadence Design, this climbed onto the top 10. Cadence Design breaking out right here. CDNS. Cadence Design.
SWBL.
Let's see, LITE. LITE.
NCPL. JDM.
Doji spinning top. Seagate Technology, Seagate. Strategy, MSTR. Okay, I do want to get back into some BITX. All right.
SWBL.
GDXU.
RED. RAIN. JDM.
Semiconductors, SOXL. And SMH.
CARU halted.
Got some work to do.
JEM.
Okay.
JDM.
Tesla pulling back in. Microsoft, ABCD pattern on Microsoft. We hit the highs, opening range high. At your A pivot. Or double top, opening range high. You hit that level, pull back. Okay, it looks pretty good though on a daily.
RAIN.
All right, we need to break above this level. $21-day climbing quickly up underneath price. Bollinger Bands coming together. So we could stay We could continue to consolidate. Bollinger Bands are saying look for consolidation at the moment. All right. Netflix is still moving here. Netflix having a good day, breaking out.
JDM.
We know Pershing is long. Ackman is long. Netflix for the past couple of weeks. Okay, Ackman bought over here somewhere. Nice gain so far, Netflix. Like to see Oracle do something similar. Microsoft turning back up. Netflix looks good.
RAIN. NCPL.
Okay, what's SoFi doing? SoFi financials have been working. SoFi opening range breakout, trying to follow through. Needs to get above these levels noted overhead, right along in here. SoFi ultimately needs to get above 2050 more or less. The 50 days overhead. So we've got a ways to go here, about 10%. Okay. So yesterday, Meta, we were talking about the turn that we were experiencing in Meta. We saw a turn developing off of this low, higher lows, looking for a push higher. So that continues. Let's see if we can't get above the pre-market high. This is a pre-market high, that purple line.
VCARU may resume in less than a minute.
Volume was above average pre-market Meta, so this still has potential.
NCPL.
CCXI. ASST.
NCPL.
VCARU may res in 10 seconds. RED may resume in less than a minute. RUM.
NCPL.
Okay, bear flag for the moment. We got a bear flag. Still got this support level at 76.65 and 76.50.
RED may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, let's see how that's grown. Those are about the same. Okay. Palantir, inside day for now, more or less. Coming into the 12 o'clock hour. Biotech's having a good day. Biotech's, XBI. A lot of individual names are breaking higher,
To the upside.
like Grail, Cura, K-U-R-A. I think that's the one you mentioned this morning, right, Corey? Cura Oncology, breaking out. I believe one of the officers bought some Cura. Is that what you mentioned, Corey? Cura. Let me see here. Cura. Yeah, K-U-R-A, CEO bought 100,000 shares.
JDM.
60-minute is extended away from the 20 EMA. I don't only buy if it pulls back a little bit. Tony's looking at Beam, B-E-A-M. Okay. Best entry is near the 20 EMA.
JDM. RAIN. ADBT. JDM.
ABCL.
JDM. RAIN. JDM.
Takes 3 to 5 to 10 years to reorganize.
JDM.
Reorganize new technology after the boom comes. But no, now it's probably going to be accelerated. Everything just seems to move like that.
ASST.
It is, but if you think about corporate America, we're trying to figure out how to bring AI in, but still in the traditional system. So if applying AI to the traditional system, rather than 3, 5, 10 years from now, it's a completely new system. Yeah, I think it's probably good if it goes slow. A little bit slow. Yeah. Yeah.
RED may resume in less than a minute.
No, because then you would go back. Because we've got to make a new job that didn't exist that as faster than the ones that are taking out. And if I go back to the steam engine one more time, that's my favorite example. When they switched from steam to electricity for the first half decade in the factory, because they set the factory up with a single steam engine. About a half a decade or decade later, they said, wait a minute, we don't have to get a single belt. We can put an electric motor anywhere. And that's
ASST.
So that's what I think we're going to see with AI as well.
JDM.
Well, a great handle on that story. All right, so let's talk about just where we think what
RED may res in 10 seconds.
early stages
very much know what yeah, I think this plays.
All right. Palantir.
CPL.
It's gonna be front loaded to the first, and we just do then so very early.
I think we're early. People are just figuring out the point I just made. We haven't even reorganized.
JDM.
Right. So this idea, you know, when we were having pressure in the tech industry, they were selling all these great things off, and everyone was talking about, oh, the AI trade will start, and you know, they thought it was way out.
Okay, watching S&P turn back up. S&P.
I think we're on sale. The whole set apocalypse was way overblown, and that was evidence of that way back in February. But the multiples for a lot of software companies kept shrinking, and you saw the chip companies got hit. That was the market clearing event for myself. And so as soon as we saw that kind of washout, you saw the 97 come back. You got the old leaders in AI leading. Because they oversold, you know, some of it was, you know, the trading time.
CCXI.
Product that need to rebalance, right? And they sell these things only because they're rebound, and not because nothing fundamentally changed. And that actually creates one for
NCPL.
Something we've seen Microsoft really 350. I'm trying to come up. This has to be a trading model. I do want to see, okay, you think the top of the stocks were like 50,000 and you go to the rest of the level just below 10,000. I want to see that midpoint exceeded. I want to make sure like once they're out, and then you got an easy ride to the highs, and I think we have new highs. Right. So we're running out of time here, but I want your view on two things. Is there midterm volatility still ahead of us in the market, and then where we end here, what does it look like at the end of the year? I think we have I think there's definitely the possibility of a midterm surprise, although I don't even know that it's going to have anything to do with midterms, because anything can happen with political activity. By the end of the year, I think we reclaim the highs, or I think we're on our way to reclaiming the highs. You know, a bunch of the big firms up there have 8,000 of the target year end.
I think we continue to climb the wall and worry, right?
ABCL.
Progress on the upside, and you know, something will be around the corner we don't anticipate. You know, we've got stability.
JDM.
BCTX.
I don't think we have that good. Yesterday we did. Yeah. I think today we got
RIOT.
Yeah.
RUM.
That's the point. Yeah. So when you do you think the overall market's in a good place in terms of year end? You think we're going higher from where we're in today?
JEM.
We're going higher. You know, the growth reports are coming out.
JEM.
Palantir is my favorite example. Is you know when Alex put up back-to-back 100% quarters, people just said
ABCL.
Multiple. When you get it again, you're probably going to do it the next quarter. Stocks need to respond. So I think we're seeing stocks respond. You know, talking about the hyperscaler starting to work again. People are starting to believe these growth numbers, and I think there's a change that spooked the market. Is that these near monopolies, right? Google AdWords, Meta Display Ads. These were near monopolies, and now they're getting into businesses that aren't near monopolies. They're very good businesses, right? And I think this took investors a while to digest that.
Speaking of that, I can tell you, I just finished reading One Further Valley, which is the Palantir Alex Cox story. It's a great book. You should, if you have time, you should check it out. It's a great book, and I enjoy it very much. In any event, gentlemen, listen, time goes by very quickly. I appreciate coming here. I appreciate you. I'm going to start paying
CCXI.
ABCL.
ABCL.
And see what it's all about here. And yeah, and that triple F, is that what it is? That's perfect. And so until the next time, take good care.
NCPL.
RUM.
and UCLW.
Putting your ideas to life, exactly as you imagined them. Turn what if into wow, with design tools that are as easy as
ASST.
NCPL.
Okay, we're starting to bounce again.
ASST.
NUCLW. JEM.
ASST.
WBBIP.
ABCL.
JEM.
ASST. ABCL. ASST.
JEM. CIR. IMS or W.
CIR.
JEM. CIR.
ASST. CONL. MSTX. MSTU. ABCL. CIR.
CIR.
ASST. MSTX. MSTU. STDN. CONL. ABCL.
CIR.
All right, we're starting to rally back up.
BCTX. CONL. ASST. MSTX. MSTU. CONL. ABCL. MARA. CRML. CONL. XXRP. CRML. CRMX. MSTX. MSTU. CONL. CRMX. CRCA. CRCG.
DAIC. DAIC.
CRML.
NCPL. DAIC.
CIFR.
NCPL. DAIC. NCPL.
All right, Netflix looking a little better. S&P grinding higher. Let's just shift over here. Hedge flows turning back up.
RIOT.
NCPL.
RBM.
NCPL. NCPL.
JEM halted down.
S&P sitting on top of VWAP. It's probably going to be flat. All right, it's 12 o'clock. Let me go ahead and switch channels here. Listen to what they have to say over at halftime. And let's turn Discord on. Always better afternoon. Discord.
RIOT.
Riot.
But I want to get a little more detail on the earnings power because, my goodness, $20 in earnings power by 2028 makes this even cheaper than 18 times.
I was just going to say that everybody knows this is going to be a great quarter. What we really need to hear is what he's thinking about the third quarter and what he's thinking about next year. And if we can do a guy that's 110 billion revenue plus for Q3, that possibly can move the stock. If there is something that really excites the market, which has not generally been the case, as Josh pointed out, there are many people who don't own NVIDIA even close to the market weight. They might not own it. They owned it. They sold it when the stock was down. There were a lot of sellers during that period when everybody's saying, oh, kind of washed up. And you've got all of these low cost suppliers and competitors. So competition is going to be a question people want to hear and discuss. And what's happening? Can we get to 110 billion or higher in the third quarter? And will that maintain the gross margin because the customers are willing to pay the price?
Do you think that all of those things that we put on the list are genuinely what's riding on this report tomorrow evening? Obviously, for NVIDIA's next move, how could you say otherwise? But the semi trade itself hasn't been great.
Yeah, I think that the semis are a slightly different animal right here. Everybody knows that this is going to be a good report. Is it going to change what happens with other semiconductors, with Micron, or look at TSM? Think about it, all of the whole universe of stocks that have been up anywhere from 50 to 500%. Is that going to change because of this NVIDIA report? I don't really think so. I think it just got overheated and tired. It's a little tired right now. It could ignite, but I wouldn't be betting on it.
All right, so let's then move to Marvell. What Steffa says is the second most important report this week. I think that's fair. I do. That's Thursday.
DAIC.
The target to 300 at Rosenblatt, the target to 265 at Susquehanna. The stock's up like 70%.
All right.
JEM may resume
So
in
there's
less
a
than a minute.
lot, Steph, riding on this. Then Joe after Steph.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot riding on it, and that's actually one of the reasons why I sold a lot of it to begin with, because I made a lot of money in it, but I still like it very much because I think at the end of the day, this company has a chance to get to $10 in earnings power, not only from optical, but also from custom chips. There's two ways you can win with this company.
Hey, let's clarify something real quick, too. When you were on yesterday with me on Closing Bell, you said, when I asked you, which would you rather own for the next year, Marvell or NVIDIA, you said, well, I own both. Our audience knows of you as having sold Marvell in your main
In the main
In the
fund,
main
but I
fund,
have
but you
another
still
fund.
have it.
It's small though,
Okay.
but I still have it because I want to participate in.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Oh, sure.
So you
Checking
still
less than 10
own it,
seconds.
albeit in a smaller fund, a smaller size than what you originally did when you sold it either in June or July.
Yeah, and I wanted to hold on to a little bit because I do think that they have
NCPL.
strong growth overall, and I do think they can again get to $10 in earnings power. That all being said, you asked me which I prefer. The reason I prefer NVIDIA is simply because of the valuation and the sentiment on NVIDIA versus Marvell. I mean, Marvell's had a heck of a year, rightfully
Gosh,
so.
look at that move today again.
Rightfully so. They are hitting it on all.
All right, it's lunchtime, so things have slowed down a bit.
I also think Broadcom is a better buy here for the next year. Again, the same reasons for NVIDIA.
JDM.
Valuation, they participate in custom ASICs. Marvell and Broadcom have an 80 share in custom ASICs, and everyone thinks that Broadcom is losing market share
NCPL.
to Marvell. They're not. They can coexist, and I think that's the disconnect. So I think the report is going to be great tomorrow. I think numbers are going to go higher.
Oh
And again, I think that they have a chance of getting double digits in terms of earnings growth between now and the end of 2027. I just think a lot is priced in.
Do we need to have a bigger conversation, by the way, about Broadcom itself? And the fact that if you look at CDS and their credit risk is way up, and that's getting a lot of talk today. And it probably will
NCPL.
continue much in the same way that how many days in a row did we show you the Oracle CDS? It became a story in and of itself. We need to focus as a Broadcom holder on that.
I think we need to focus on what's going on in the treasury market and the effect of rising yields on the ability for hyperscalers to continue to issue debt at levels that are favorable to them. And I think that's becoming more and more a real issue. I think that's why Marvell is critically important on Thursday. It is a high
Okay, reviewing stocks that have been working today again.
that AI trade needs a shot.
Let's see, Netflix.
Give it to them. And also
Okay, continues higher. Netflix breaking out today. Microsoft looking for continuation at some point and a break above these pivot highs. Microsoft, Marvell, top of the NASDAQ 100. Okay, Doji spinning top, tight range. AMD climbing the list. It's number 2 now. AMD continues. For those of you trading AMD. Supermicro, earlier we mentioned Supermicro. That continues. Supermicro. Apple, a little short covering on Apple coming off the low. That might be an opportunity. Apple. Nebius, NBIS. Turning back up. Moderna, active this morning, along with Tempest AI. Pfizer, breaking higher. Pfizer, opening range breakout. Gilead, opening range breakout signals. XBI, if you want to just trade the ETF. Biotechs are looking good. I have a position in XBI as well. The fiber optic companies, Light, LITE, above the 50-day, above the 21-day. Netflix, I think we talked Netflix. Netflix continues. Looks good. S&P 500. Doji at the 21-day. It's like traders are just waiting until after Warsh speaks at Jackson Hole at 10 a.m. on Friday. It is Tuesday, August 25th, or 12:18 p.m. NVIDIA turning back up, opportunity potentially in NVIDIA. If it starts to accelerate, you've got about $2 upside, back to the opening range.
year to date. Oracle's, decidedly negative, obviously.
But Oracle also has negative free cash flow.
Yeah.
Broadcom has $40 billion free cash flow. That's growing, right? They're going to do $56 billion in AI revenue, which is going to be up 180%.
Why is the stock again?
One of the reasons why Broadcom is under pressure is because of the relationship with Alphabet.
Tesla. Tesla. Okay, that looks good. Tesla. Visa, Verizon rather. Verizon and AT&T, those two rising today. Again. Let's see. Metals and mining, XME.
To that relationship that was announced between Alphabet and Marvell.
Josh, guys, this is not complicated. Marvell is coming on. I know Stephanie knows that. She wouldn't argue. Marvell was not in this company's lane as recently as 3 years ago before the AI pivot. It's $91 billion in debt in an environment where the cost to continue that is going higher, probably not going lower. Even if it stays static, it's a decent sized debt load relative to how well this company's doing. And it's 30 times forward, and I can buy NVIDIA for less. And I think that's why the stock is struggling. Those are not reasons to sell it, but if you're
NVIDIA back above VWAP now. You got about $2 upside potential if this does start to accelerate, so keep an eye on it. It's inside day. You can see an inside day at the moment. With earnings tomorrow, I already have a position in NVIDIA. I'll just keep it on. And fingers crossed we break out tomorrow.
Are you guys at all worried about the backlash of data centers, this existential threat of some kind?
Listen,
because by the way, let me just say over the last week, Quanta's down 14, Vertiv's down 13, Vernova's down 12.5, Eaton 10, and CAT, if you want to place it as that's down 8.
so the market trades off perception. A lot of times it doesn't trade off reality. So you and I are going to agree on this. I think the reality of the conversation in the long term, I think we're going to land at the same place, that it's not an obstacle. I think over the next couple of
Super
months,
micro.
intensify dramatically.
Super micro. I have the 40 strike call, so we're just out of the money right now. Can we retest the highs? Super micro, looks like it. Okay. And we got this high right here. If we can take it out, that would be a confirmation. This high from, what is that, Thursday last week? Super micro. S&P turning back up.
NVIDIA pumps. If you can't build in 11 states, maybe it goes to 20 states, maybe it goes to 30 states. I don't know. It's going to get built though, and it takes 3 years to build one of these things, and $40 billion, by the way, to build these things. This is why the hyperscalers are spending crazy. But at the end of the day, quantum services is still at 45% year to date.
DXYZ is trying to break out.
Margins are accelerating. Earnings are growing in areas and growth rates I've never seen. Earnings growth in quantum services at 70%. That's huge. That's huge. So my point is, the pullbacks are a buy in my mind.
So I own all the names
No, I know we do.
that you we're on the same page, but is there justification? Can I make the assumption that potentially a lot of the commitments that have been made to build out data centers, because of the regulatory backlash, the conversation that intensifies growing into election day, we get a pause on that?
We're getting a little bit of a pause right now. from these companies. They are pulling
Right,
back.
but I think Steph's point is like 2 or 3 months doesn't change the story. If it becomes
That's the
a
perception.
more durable thing.
I said that at the beginning of my
Plus, I mean,
remarks.
what is Jensen going to say on the call to a bunch of analysts that's going to, what is he going to have to go out and do town hall appearances around America?
No, he's not going
Talking about the virtues of
No, but I think at some point he could offer a degree of comfort about the economics of a data center build out in your backyard. Clearly, he's the one person that could do that. I'm not saying he's going out around the country. No, it's crazy. But he can
No, I know
comfort.
you're not saying that, but I'm suggesting that that's far different from talking to a bunch of analysts, singing the virtues to the analyst community in Wall Street of
BEX.
data centers. That's talking your own book. What do you think he's going to say?
I think that tomorrow night on the conference call, I'd like one analyst to ask him the question. I'd like him to give me what I expect will be a very confident and comforting answer that maybe offers some relief to the conversation that over the last several weeks has
Damn
intensified.
it, the hyperscalers are going to spend $1 trillion this year, and probably
Yeah, I see.
$1.6 trillion next year, and probably $2 or $3 trillion in the next couple of years. They're not slowing spending, and we listen to the CEOs of all the hyperscalers, NBHC in
All right,
particular.
DXYZ. All right, S&P is climbing.
Spend even more if he could, and therefore that's not changing. If you believe that, then you have to believe what we've talked about. The whole food chain will benefit. The data center builders, the grid manufacturers, power companies, we don't have enough power. So all of that continues as long as we get the spend. The biggest risk is if we don't get the spend, but that's not what the companies are saying right now.
And the cost of capital doesn't rise significantly.
Josh,
That's
real
another issue.
quick, make your point.
I'm with Stephanie on this. All of us on the desk have been around a long time. They did the same thing with the cell phone towers. It was a huge political backlash. It was in every district, every state. There was for, there was against. In the end, there was federal legislation that stopped the madness. We built the cell phone towers. People didn't grow a
Yeah, I
third
see.
ear on the back of their head. I don't think that you'll really be able to stop.
It's so funny.
We're expecting. You might just have to move the venue.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll come back on the other side with several moves. A couple from Steph. We got one from Carrie. We'll document them next.
DAIC.
BOR.
Okay.
DAIC.
Okay, we're starting to climb a bit here. S&P.
DAIC.
SMU.
We're back on Hands On Report. I am Frank Collin with the CNBC News update. A federal judge has rejected Ghislaine Maxwell's latest attempt to overturn her 2021 sex trafficking conviction and 20-year prison sentence. Judge Paul Engelmeyer called her claims meritless, saying newly released Epstein documents either incriminate Maxwell or support the rulings that she's challenged. Brazil's data protection regulator has fined TikTok.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be on mute. Plan on being on Netflix for a while. Netflix looking good. Some of the best price action we've seen in a while. Every few days, you can see every few days we get a big bullish day and then a couple of days of consolidation. Okay, get a big day, 2 days consolidation, big day, $2, 2 days consolidation, big day, 3 days consolidation. Today's our first big day. So if this pattern keeps repeating, looks like we'll have some consolidation tomorrow in Netflix, maybe. Just an observation.
AIX on. AIX on. AIX on. AIX on.
Best stocks in the market. Spotlight on Merck and Amgen. Give us more.
Yeah, let's do it. I want to start by saying the best stocks in the market list loaded with healthcare right now, and a ton of biotech in particular. And I know we've been talking about a bunch of names like Insight, etc. We've talked about Merck and Amgen before. This is sort of an update. Everyone saw the Moderna news on the phase 3 trial. Unbelievable, almost miraculous result. And obviously, most of the gains went to Moderna, up 175%. But Merck went up 10%. The stock is now up 15% from our July 6th write-up. It's up 30% year to date. Closed at an all-time high this week, 154. What's happening here is a re-rate of the entire pipeline. Investors are thinking bigger about the other things Merck has besides Keytruda. We have a breakaway gap here technically out of that 137 area. That was a 1-year-long base. This is the kind of gap that doesn't fill quickly because institutions are buying the urgency, not the price. So
all right, Tesla continuation here. Tesla.
You got a rising 50-day at 128, 200-day all the way down to 115, but both are rising. The one negative for new buyers here, elevated RSI. 77 RSI is a very overbought stock, but on breakaway gaps in particular, stocks can stay overbought for a long time. So if you're in this thing, I think you're using 145, the top of the gap, as your reference on a closing basis. If you're a longer term investor, use that 50-day at 128 and trail it. Want to do Amgen real quick?
Real quick, because I want to kick it on the desk too.
All right, you got 6 growth drivers underlying Amgen's future. 70% of product sales already growing 26%. A group of products. Management raised full year guidance. We like that. RSI at 73 also elevated. The whole sector is on fire. But the old resistance, 390 to 400, back from February and March, that is now your pivot point as a trader. A weekly closing low below 390. That's when you might want to change your mind here and do something else. So long as this stock stays above, I think you want to be long. I like both. They've both been on the list all year, and they both remain.
Yeah, I just would say in support of the biotech trade that this is finally the beginning of when we see the AI benefits to pharmaceutical development and the creation of drugs that can target very, very specific sites in the body to treat particular conditions and find the patient population for whom that will serve. Amgen has, as Josh pointed out, many irons in the fire. Veritel, the diet drug, the GLP-1, GLP-2 drug is at the top of people's list, but it's also a company that has deep roots in oncology, in hematology, and immunology. So there's a lot of potential there. But this is a sector, if you pulled up the BTK, that has been on a streak this year and should continue because the numbers are coming out better. There have been positive clinical trials. We think this can continue and should continue over the next few years.
Joe, Amgen, right? And you sold Merck recently.
So it's Amgen, it's Gilead, it's Vertex. Those are 3 giants that we hold in Jote. It's interesting, and look, this could lead to a big debate. I totally support what Josh is saying in terms of owning Merck. I own Merck personally, and in the ETF,
Tesla continues to climb. Tesla looking pretty good here. Tesla. Okay, looking for a BNC pivot at this point because we are a bit overbought. S&P 500 looking good.
Higher and higher. Back in June, I shaved a little bit of the position. I'm now positioning for a break above the February of 2021. If I can show a 5-year chart, you'll see the all-time intraday high at 174.79. A lot of people always ask, why XBI and not IBB? IBB is market cap weighted, and you get your Amgen, your Gilead, your Vertex there. So I don't need to travel in that vehicle. I'm going to be in the XBI. Keep in mind, XBI, a little more high beta, more volatility, exposed to biotech trade. I'm all that thing.
Guys, Mike Santoli, he's next. It's a good day for it.
Okay, I don't think we have any news, right?
RCG. mRNX. mRNA.
Yeah, we have a 2-year note auction. That's about it today. Not much of anything. Tomorrow we got PCE, of course, at 8:30. And NVIDIA earnings after the close. So PCE and NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. nothing on the schedule today until after 4. I think Barkin is speaking at 4 p.m. So kind of a boring market. Looks good though. Markets look good.
SPX long dated.
SHLS.
Flat VWAP, Doji, another Doji day. Good for selling iron condors. Day 2, I'll start updating the spreads channel with a little bit more information on what I'm doing. It's basically, I'm selling 10 delta iron condors, 1 DTE. So this morning I sold tomorrow's 1 DTE, getting away from the 0-day weirdness that happens during the day. Generally after 12 o'clock, 0 days lose a lot of their price if it doesn't move. I mean, it collapses very quickly. 1 DTE, a little safer. So I sell a 1 DTE that expires tomorrow, but I will treat it like a 0-day. So I'll close the trade. If nothing else happens, I'll close it at 3:45 p.m. But I already have a 50% automatic profit target. So if I hit 50%, I sold for 75 cents this case. I was trying to sell for 80 cents this morning. So if it dropped to 40 cents at 50% profit, the trade would automatically execute. I have a OCO order, one cancels another. Or if it rips, the markets go ballistic on some news or drops dramatically on some news, I get stopped out on a market order automatically, so I don't lose more than the credit that I receive. So if I receive 75 cents, my stop takes me out and then basically a zero. I don't get anything. But using this strategy, 50% profits every day, I'll just do this in the morning, first thing in the morning. Today I didn't do it until 9:45 because of the big gap up in the market, so I had to let markets settle down a little bit. Normally you would sell it at like 9:31 after the spreads tighten. On a day like yesterday, I did my first one yesterday on Monday. Today is day 2. I'll start updating the room more with this idea as the test proceeds, and I'll keep track of win loss. So far, we got 2 wins, or we have 1 win yesterday. Today, most likely, will be another win. I'd have to drop, the markets would have to drop all the way down here to 76.10 to start heading towards my break even, or a move above 77.40. So 10 deltas are way up here, 77.40 and 76.10, with support at 76.65 and resistance overhead 7,700. Tesla moving.
Spent about $1 million on 85 strike calls expiring in November and sold $375,000 of 90 strike calls against it. It's a trade looking for the long-term bond fund to at least get back to levels last seen the first week of July. And by the way, related, in Bitcoin fund, IBIT today, calls are still outpacing puts, and in GLD, with today's pullback, calls are almost 5 times puts right now, Scott.
Okay, Oliver, good stuff. Thank you. See you at 3 o'clock. Oliver Reddick coming up. An earnings mover tracking for its worst day ever.
Okay, Tesla continuation here. Tesla accelerating a bit. Tesla. Okay, we saw this earlier. Tesla started to tick higher. We need to take out yesterday's high in order to take out Friday's high, just overhead the 50-day. We got rejected there on Friday. Monday we pulled back, and now we're attempting to take another trip to the highs again. Okay, so it is 12:53 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, August 25th. Just watching the markets, thinking about ideas on how to make money selling premium. As an aside, I have that constant income on a daily basis. So if I sell 10 iron condors and each day I net 50% profit, I'm shooting for around $500 a day, which is $10,000 a month. Utilizing a OCO order so that I take a 50% profit if I'm not paying attention or walk and go downstairs and I have lunch or whatever, or leave, it's automatic. This will automatically fire, so I don't have to worry about it. It has a stop in place in case the markets go ballistic or drop dramatically. It'll execute on a market order. And if nothing else triggers, I have a 3:45 p.m. exit automatically timed for Schwab to execute the trade. I want to look at more ways to do exactly the same thing so we can build up to $1,000, $2,000 a day. Start off with 500. That's a pretty decent goal. If I were to continue this week with this particular strategy, it would probably net about $400 a day average. That's what I've been seeing. Yesterday was 75 cents. Today was 75 cents. So getting out around 30 cents, make a 40-cent profit on a daily basis, $400 a day on 10 iron condors.
Welcome back. Dick's Sporting Goods down.
And all you have to do is execute it either at 9:31 a.m. or in the case of today, where there's a big gap up in the morning, you execute at 9:45 a.m.
Well, it was all Foot Locker. So actually, Dick's itself posted pretty good results, but Foot Locker was a disaster. They had to spend 65% more in SG&A for integration.
That's looking good.
Product issues. They've got legacy stuff that nobody wants. Same store sales came in at -3.6. We were thinking maybe -1. And they lowered guidance. Gross margins, oh, by the way, fell 200 basis points. So Foot Locker is a mess. Foot Locker is 30% of total revenues to Dick's. Flip side, Dick's actually posted a 4.9% same store sales number. Transactions up 1.3%. Ticket up 3.6%. And they maintain guidance in Dick's.
Almost at my 50% profit already.
Obviously, I thought that the Foot Locker integration was going to be better than expected, but now this is pushed out. And I honestly don't have a timeline for the
Look, you
recovery.
think about look at Nike. I mean, there's a lot of things down in sympathy, I think, today. Look at Nike.
Oh,
Remember on after its
Lulu.
earnings got crushed almost to the same degree, I feel like.
I think, but for me though, I thought, well, first and foremost, this is a phenomenal management team. They really are very, very good. The Dick's side of it. And I think they have done a really good job with the Dick's side of it. And I really thought that they were going to be able to bring Foot Locker along. In the last 2 quarters, if you remember, they actually improved same-store sales better than expected at Foot Locker. So it just fell off a cliff. It's a macro call, but it's also an integration call. And I honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do, Scott. I think 30% down is way overdone. But this is going to take a long time to fix it. And I don't want like another Target. It took me a long time to get paid for Target. I just don't know if I want to do that again.
All right, you update us if you do anything with that name. That's Stephanie Link, of course. We'll take a break. We'll come back with Byron.
All right.
SNDQ. XE. SNDQ.
We'll do finals. Josh Brown, please kick us off.
I headed to Delta. This stock has pulled back right into the low 80s where it's found support before. I still think travel is the best part of consumer spending, and that will not change between now and year end. Here.
Thermo Fisher, it's having around a 43% this year, but it's the leader in high specialized equipment in healthcare. Target.
Interactive Broker.
See you at 3.
All right, welcome to the exchange, everybody. I am Brian, once again in for Kelly. We have got a big hour ahead. Stocks higher across the board. The NASDAQ on pace for its best day in nearly 2 weeks. Tech outperforming and chips rebounded. Marvell, AMD, NVIDIA, all of them the top performers. NVIDIA, by the way, on pace to snap a 7-day losing streak, all ahead of its big earnings tomorrow night. That's sending yields down. That's also giving tech a leg up today. We're going to bring you the results of the 2-year auction in a few minutes. That'll give you a window into the bond market. The dollar is down, but gold and Bitcoin, they are higher again. In fact, Bitcoin back above the 80,000 mark earlier today for the first time in 3 months. A little bit below that right now, but earlier was above it. Gold on pace for its biggest monthly gain since 1990.
Okay, Tesla turning back down.
But don't worry, Katie Stockton's going to give you her take on all of that and more. And oil, we got to look at oil. Got some breaking news. Oil is down about 3.5% right now. The Abu Dhabi contract, which is the third biggest contract really in the world, third or fourth, whatever you want to do it, is down 8%. Here's why. Moments ago, the countries of Iran and the countries of Oman, who together share a lot of the border around the Strait of Hormuz, announcing they have reached a tentative deal to establish more clear and open transit around the Strait of Hormuz. They both put out a statement in English. I'm going to read it. I'll apologize. The ministers discussed a phased framework that could provide a practical and viable basis for moving forward regarding the Strait of Hormuz. It includes the creation of what they call a temporary joint corridor, information exchange, traffic management, and provision of relevant maritime and security services. We don't exactly know what any of that means, but the reality is this: Oman and Iran coming together saying they're trying to build some kind of framework. I'm just going to wildly speculate and guess that that might include some request for money or some kind of a toll through there. There is no also guarantee the U.S. is going to buy into this, nor will Kuwait or Qatar or Bahrain or Iraq or Saudi.
Okay, so what's the point? Why are you bringing it up if there's no guarantee? We know there's no guarantee.
Coming in below the street's forecast. The bigger issue
I like Brian though.
While the core DIX business remained relatively strong.
Meta at the high of the day. Meta. We were looking for a follow through in Meta yesterday. Okay, on the daily, we were looking for Meta to turn. We are turning. Now we could see 2 steps forward, 1 step back tomorrow. So looking at the volume at the bottom of the screen, it's not really that active. Okay, volume is there. You can see volume. It's about a third of yesterday's volume. So we want to see volume that spikes above that red bar right there from last week. I want to see this kind of action over here. You see this right here? This is what we're looking for on Meta. Get a day like that where we're surpassing yesterday's volume on the push to the upside. That'll also show up on the intraday. Meta, that's what we're looking for. Netflix. Similar idea. We got a nice pop. We're almost surpassing yesterday's volume. Okay. So if we surpass yesterday's volume and start to run up like we did right over here on the 13th of August, this spike right here, if we get this kind of volume on Netflix over here, we should see this continue rapidly. Apple turning the corner. Apple pushing back up. Microsoft. This time of day, things get a little choppy.
the names that have reported for our retail space recently, and we can see that overall kind of some dispersion here. Not really a lot of consistent themes. Quite a lot of variance in these individual names here. Target and Walmart both enjoyed these very large tariff refunds, but basically had opposite moves. We also saw discount names like TJX and Ross stores moving in opposite directions as well. TJX executives cited inventory mismanagement as a major factor. So not really a lot of coherent themes to digest here, but we have some more coming up this week. Dollar Tree, Dollar General, and Kohl's, to name a few.
Yeah, and it's a good point. That's a great chart to really illustrate what we've already heard from, of course, a lot of these major retailers. And so as far as Dick's Sporting Goods is concerned, a pretty massive move here to the downside after a double miss and lowered guidance. But now to dive into our next mover today, which is, of course, Moderna, seeing overall some, pretty strong uptrend today, as this name has seen nearly a 13.4% move to the upside. And so, Rick, as far as what we're looking at with Moderna, walk us through what you're seeing here.
Right. So it sounds like a personalized mRNA skin cancer vaccine combined with the Keytruda drug is improving recurrence-free survival in cancer patients here. So this is quite a boon to Moderna as their COVID-19 vaccine sales are waning here. And really to put some perspective on this, the global oncology market is estimated to be at like $280 billion in 2026, according to an organization called Precedence Research. They estimated it could be up to $732 billion by 2023. So, and again, unfortunately, there's about a 40% chance that American will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lifetime, according to the Mayo Clinic. Obviously, this is a very serious disease and never would do anything to make light of it. Just trying to illustrate like how important and how big of a issue this type of drug could be to many people across the world, and how influential it could be to Moderna's core business that we have here in this pharmaceutical and biotech space here. So this is certainly another one that we would see just this very extreme push to the upside for Moderna in terms of our chart history. We'll dive more into the technicals behind it later, but definitely an interesting move.
Yeah, and so seeing also some degree of favoritism from the at least sell side today, which with Wolf Research upgrading shares to underperform without a price target. But the firm did say that this positive melanoma trial de-risks some of the Interferon platform. Also now seeing a much clearer path forward as far as the overall expectations for regulatory clarity for both Moderna and Merck to get this approval in terms of right now treating various types of melanoma. So they, in their opinion, it is a fair probability of success that we'll see Interferon's other near registrational indications increase as well, which they also went on to say that as a result of this, they estimate their adjusted peak sales across the drug's 4 indications at roughly $9.2 billion, which is the steepest I've seen. Obviously, the street had a lot to say regarding what was a pretty landmark phase 3, at least trial update last week, but we haven't really gotten any of the specific numbers yet, Brent. So that's a catalyst to watch, because as we know from looking at some of these names with healthcare, various, basically, clinical trial exposure, that you can see huge swings, but then if you see results that are not what the street's expecting, you can also see that volatility to the downside.
Yeah, to be sure. And when we do think about this whole space as well, it's been strong during the past year. Many of the other names doing quite well. Also Merck, too, which was a kind of a partnership organization for this whole trial here. Still, nevertheless, pharmaceuticals and medical drugs in general is a very overall kind of a risky space here. Quite a lot can depend on future trials of this type of drug here. So we'll have to wait and see, even though the news seems very strongly toward the upside right now.
It does. And yeah, it definitely helps that we're seeing another really strong day as this day is pacing for its best month on record, up nearly 180% so far in the month of August. Now we'll leave it there for the top of today's shows. Of course, we just broke down the latest in the fundamentals and news on both Dick's Sporting Goods as well as Moderna. Two names moving in very opposite directions. But after the break, we'll continue that discussion by diving deeper into the charts. And Rick will bring us all of the technicals to keep on our radar. Next Gen Investing will be right back.
Just making some lunch. S&P chopping around flat VWAP.
Okay, hello.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Schwab Network has you covered when the biggest name in AI reports earnings. Join us tomorrow for NVIDIA's second quarter report. Market on Close will give you 30 minutes of extended coverage to react live to the numbers that matter. You'll get instant feedback from the report, where the stock is headed, and what comes next in the AI trade. Because where NVIDIA goes, so could the market. Tune in to Market on Close for NVIDIA's earnings on the Schwab Network. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network. We are seeing today in Dick's Sporting Goods, which, as well as Moderna, so two very different, of course, stories here. And Rick, as far as some of the pressure that we are seeing in Dick's Sporting Goods, this name is contracting so substantially on the session, pacing for its worst day on record. And I mean, also just not exactly easing any of the concerns around some of this broader athletic retail. Even with some positive commentary, Foot Locker here really was the drag.
Yeah, as we can see here, this stock is really suffering. We're down 44% on the year. You can see, obviously, it's this one purple here. The XLY Consumer Discretionary ETF up about 1.5% during the same time. So that's a very broad sector here. It's not really something that directly compares with kind of this whole athletic, store type business here. But when we look at the names that have reported earnings just recently within the past week, as I said earlier, quite a bit of dispersion, but unfortunately DKS really suffering here, kind of the odd man out in terms of the severity of its decline here. So if we were to think about our overall candle chart here that we have, we can see that we had a downward sloping channel between our two white lines here, starting with these highs near 244.38. We now find ourselves down about 48% from that point, making new lows even from the time I drew these lines here. Our intraday low now comes in at 126.59. So if we were to recover, if we were to keep moving to the upside here, 146.48 is where we had our intraday a bit of a Band-Aid on the wound here was that high because began all the way up here near 176.07. So quite a bit of work to do if we were to try to fight our way back up to that point. Our old blue trend line here as well that began with this somewhat anomalous intraday high there around 216 and connected these subsequent highs. That one could still come back into play further down the road here. So it could be worth keeping track of that one on your charts going forward if you're interested in this name. When we do also consider our moving averages, because moving averages are inherently a lagging type of indicator, our 5-day EMA in dark blue comes in around 165.82. It'll take a few days to really catch up to this extreme downside move that we have here, but that one's going to be your best bet for finding any shorter term potential resistance in this name. The longer term the moving average, the more significant it is, but the slower it is to react to fast changes in price, kind of like how a speedboat can turn much faster than an oil tanker, for example. Here, it's more significant when the big ship would turn, though. So now we can see here RSI quite low, 15.8 is where this one comes in. We are firmly in the oversold area at this point here, typically suggestive of further weakness to come. Volume profile, not too terribly much help here either. We can just see that this is some heavy trading activity down here at these lower levels. Notice the very large volume spike we're seeing today as well. A spike being at least 50% above the 50-day simple moving average of volume. This dwarfs anything else we've seen during the past year.
Yeah, and a good point there. And of course, now pulling back 29%. So not even any of today's pressure has let up throughout the session, despite the overall market being higher. So when you now look to trade at exporting goods here, for example, purposes, I mean, hoping for some recovery, but obviously we've rewritten a lot of the recent trend we've been stuck in and sort of that sideways channel. Now we are, I mean, gapping lower and seeing a whole new price performance from just a near 30% correction in one single day.
Yeah, so if you were interested in a trade in this name here, you could say, well, we've had such a severe move to the downside, we could make a shorter term play. Relatively speaking, there's no weekly options available in this name, but targeting the September monthly here with a short put vertical here. So minus 125, 120, September 18th, put vertical at a $2 credit here. So our max credit, or max profit rather, $2, our credit received 200, our max loss would be 300 in this case. So roughly 2 to 3 in terms of reward to risk. Our break even, 123 is still a bit below where we are now. Last I checked, we were around 127 or so for our share prices here. So this would be a kind of a bit more of an aggressive trade here, kind of banking on the worst being over. And remember too, you don't have to hold this until it expires. If we do get a nice bounce, you could take the trade off and keep some of the credit that we've seen here. Not really a lot of attractive other choices right now. And, you know, this is the kind of situation where an upside bullish play might feel very risky and kind of dangerous given how dicey things are after this earnings event.
Yeah, no kidding. And so a pretty substantial move today. One of our biggest, I mean, real laggards that we've discussed throughout this earnings season. But now, as we shift gears into a winner of today, which is Moderna, and the winner of this month, we're up over 180% month to date, climbing another 13.5% today. And so it seems like the street is only gaining further conviction on this personalized cancer treatment potential, obviously.
Yes, far stronger than DKS is doing poorly here. Moderna up 522% during the past year. So really just an explosive upsized move here that we've seen. And to think about kind of this general sector that we see, biotech here, Moderna, obviously the standout name here, nonetheless, outpacing the likes of Biogen, Amgen, Regeneron, Gilead, AbbVie, many other names too as well. So when we think about Moderna, we have kind of the opposite side of the coin here, but a similar problem. We're in very uncharted types of price activity regions here. So where do we go to figure out potential support and resistance? So the thing that many traders would start out doing is by keeping track of our low that we've established so far after our big push to the upside. That comes in near 115, as well as our high 176.66. From there, you could say we had this kind of triangular shape here. It's kind of these steep slopes here. But nonetheless, I mean, we are seeing our price activity in an increasingly narrowing range during the week or so that we've had since this extreme move to the upside. So this would be what you might think of as a bull pennant type of shape here, a sideways to downward consolidation after some kind of major fundamental change in the stock outlook here. Now we do seem to be starting to break to the upside here. Our previous high that we saw before our ultimate high near 176, that one comes in near about 160. So a push above 160 is what the bulls would want to see. For that pattern to resolve, we would want to break above that 176.66 level once again. So now in this case, we can see that our 5-day EMA in dark blue here, our exponential moving average, has managed to largely catch up to our price activity in terms of where we had our trend lines at least. The price is still a bit further away, but now we have something of a confluence here between our lower price trend line here and our EMA. Our EMA comes in just shy of 138. Meanwhile, our 21-day EMA is still quite far below. It'll take more time for that one to catch up here. RSI improving once again, though. We are above the 70 threshold here. We have crossed above our downward sloping trend line and re-entered that overbought area. So our green trend line still in play here. Typically, again, regarded as a sign of strength in a trending market. So now we have here our volume profile study. Not really something that is too terribly helpful again here. We can just see that mostly our trading activity is centered around the 140 to 150 area so far.
Okay, and I mean, a nice, again, this move today, not really on any, like,
Coinbase.
updates. It's just kind of amazing to see the bullish momentum continue. So with that being said, as we approach ways to trade this name for example purposes, I think it's kind of wild to talk about a name that's risen this much this year, but while still remaining off of its highs by like 68% at this point. I mean, we were almost $500 a share in this name.
Bitcoin.
The true pandemic days, but nonetheless, obviously assessing more recent trends to look at an example trade. Walk us through your thinking, Rick.
Right. So we did have that.
All right, starting to flag out Bitcoin.
Again, targeting September 18th expiration here. +1 September 18th, 165, 185. Call vertical here. So why did we choose these strikes? Well, 185 was the edge of that expected move area for this options expiration series. It also kind of lines up with some of those highs near that we saw. So looking for not too terribly much movement beyond that initial high that we established there. So our debit paid here is $500. That's our max loss as well, as is the case with any long call vertical here. Our max profit $1,500 if we were to exceed that short strike near 185. So in this case, the risk to reward is about 1 to 3. So now we can also see, the break even 170 is still a bit further to the upside here. So this would be looking for that bullish bull flag type of bull pennant activity to continue on, for price to continue to exceed the boundaries that we've established here, and for this bullish move to continue to take hold of this interesting piece of news that we've seen recently.
Yeah, and important to also be risk defined this, of course, this example trade is because we can obviously see volatility to the downside. Not saying that's going to happen, but I just always think important to be prepared for, of course, some of the just sort of contraction of this really bullish swing in Moderna shares today. Nice 13.5% pop. So appreciate it to Rick Cat for breaking all of the technical setup and, of course, breaking down ways to trade both of our top movers today. But coming up next, as the profit continues to prepare for a potential 2026 IPO, what could that mean for the broader AI investment? That's next on Next Gen Investing.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets. Follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
SMR.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Harley Hayden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference. You have someone that actually cares.
Back to Next Gen Investing. Now, artificial intelligence investing is entering a new phase with Anthropic's expected IPO putting the spotlight on AI leaders. Investors are also trying to determine where the next wave of opportunities will emerge. So is the biggest money still in the companies building technology, or perhaps in more of the businesses that are applying it? So for more on where the AI story perhaps could be headed, we are joined by Liz Paro, partner at Shock TVC. Liz, thanks so much for joining the show today. Now, Anthropic's IPO could become at least one of the really defining moments for AI investing. So what does this offering tell us about where investors are seeing the greatest value in AI in this current environment?
Yeah, sure, Jenny. Thank you so much for having me. You know, look, it's hard to believe that in the second half of the year, it could be even more exciting than the first half of the year with SpaceX IPO a couple of months ago. But I think we may end up with an even bigger bang at the end of this year with Anthropic's IPO. And look, Anthropic's definitely the gold standard for proprietary models for both individuals as well as enterprises. But there's a really important other factor at play, which is the arrival of open source models. And just like we had with the internet era in the 90s, first you had the wave of the proprietary IPOs, and then you had this incredible wave of the open source companies. You had, you know, the Google, Salesforce, Uber, those were all in the second wave. And so we think in this case, we think at Shakti that history is going to rhyme, if not repeat.
Okay, and so how could also then like cheaper, more accessible AI change the competitive landscape and create perhaps even further opportunities beyond just a handful of these dominant players?
Yeah, well, cheaper, more accessible, safer, it's really the unlock for venture capital and for entrepreneurs. And so we think that you'll have a shift from the producers of AI to consumers of AI. And with these open source models, we're going to see, so many different types of companies, both digital and physical AI, applications for consumers and enterprises across all the large verticals. So what we're focused on is investing in the next layer, which we believe will be the application layer. So how are these technologies really reimagining all of the largest industries out there?
Okay, so you mentioned the application layer. I'm curious more on that, like how you see, the profitability of that segment working out, or do you think there will still be some questions about how to really determine if we can see all this investment translate into more sustainable profits?
Sure. So the way that we think about it is LLMs have laid the railroad tracks. And just like we've seen in other internet and technology cycles, now the tracks are able to run. And so we are starting to see AI reimagining all the largest workflows and customer problems, and that will absolutely flow through to the bottom line. So, for example, we're invested in areas including AI for commerce, insurance, cybersecurity, manufacturing, all the way up to space tech. And all of these are making the largest industries more efficient.
Okay, and obviously there's clear benefit of AI. Anyone that's even used it from just like a consumer standpoint can understand. But are there then any risks to, of course, entering perhaps a secondary sector or many other sectors like you just mentioned, and moving beyond just like the hyperscalers into more of these like HR softwares? And we're seeing it in travel. We're seeing it across the board. You mentioned commerce being a huge space to watch. But is there any then risk to that narrative?
Look, I think that there's a lot of talk out there of the doom of AI, and of course, and with any new technology, I think it takes time to figure it out, and there's always, things to work through. But we firmly believe that there is way more opportunity and way more bloom that's going to come, not just from company efficiencies, but also on the labor side of things. We've held the stance that there's actually AI is going to be a boon to labor. And one thing that we've seen through one of our investments in a company called Nextwork that's helping to upskill the next generation with AI, and they're actually giving people the opportunity to have jobs they never would have had, such as a janitor who now is able to have a tech job through a platform that taught them upskilling. So we're definitely more optimistic.
Okay, you mentioned a sector that I want to discuss a bit more because I think it's fascinating. That's everything tied to the cybersecurity that is going to expected to ramp, at least as we see this technology ramp. And I think it's just a fascinating space. It's a volatile space within tech, but it's just, to me, almost like an underappreciated aspect of the broader AI build, because if you increase technology, you need increased cybersecurity, and that's been discussed, but we haven't really seen that necessarily be the huge boom that, say, like some of the chip makers have been.
Sure. So the way that we think about it is you have bad AI and good AI. And with any new technology development, there's always going to be people who, bad actors who take advantage. And you have to have good AI to fight bad AI. And so we're, for example, investors in a company called Musubi that is actively identifying bad actors on any of the large social networks. You always see bad actors in comments and people who have fake accounts, and just a lot of garbage out there. And so there's absolutely a need for these cybersecurity companies that are going to help clean up a lot of the bad AI that's out there.
Okay, and you have said that the golden age of AI investing is still ahead, and I love that narrative. And so what similarities do you then see between AI today and the early internet era? Why does that make you especially excited about the early stage opportunities that we're still seeing right now?
Yeah, we're very excited, and history is definitely rhyming here. And if you look at the early, in the early 90s, you had several companies that came to the market, whether it was Sun Microsystems, Netscape, Amazon. Those were in the early 90s. And I think people thought that the internet was spoken for, but it really wasn't until the open source models and more open weight came into play that then you had another wave of these application layer companies, whether it was a lot of the giants we know about today, like Uber and Airbnb and Salesforce, et cetera. And so we think that we're right now with the golden age of entrepreneurship and investing, and we're going to have a similar pattern play out.
Okay, and I like that. A nice optimistic narrative is I feel like right now everyone is so quick to say that this is going to be, just a massive bubble, but it doesn't seem that way, at least in our current environment. So really appreciating great conversation today. Liz Haro, partner at Shock TBC. Now coming up next, our next guest has some stock picks that you should consider adding to your portfolio and why, of course, all of these names are tied together. Stick around, Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Rumble.
Okay, hello. SMR.
Rumble.
Oh, she's got your smile, Carl. Yeah, your number one broker's here to walk you through your independent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me crazy.
Yes, somebody needed that.
Invest your way.
Stupid commercial.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network. Stream live coverage.
Just having lunch, doing a little bit of maintenance here, running some scans, etc.
Trader is the biggest headline to start the day. From volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning movers only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, AI continues to create opportunities well beyond the mega cap tech names.
Oklo.
Companies benefiting from data center demand to AI hardware plays and even regional banks. There are a number of lesser known ways to play the recent trend. So joining us now is Jacob Sunshine, stock picker writer at Barron's. Jacob, thanks so much for being with us. Now, Southern Company has been one of the biggest utility beneficiaries of the AI trade. So as investors look for companies that can meet the massive power needs of these new data centers, what gives you the confidence that the demand story for Southern Company still has some further room to run?
So, I was looking at utilities a few days ago. I was like, I think I need to take a little bit more of a look at the political backlash situation. And what I came away with Southern Company was that Southern Company is one of the utilities that's going to be able to execute against what states want to see, which is financing in place for new data center projects. Remember, a utility puts $1 of capex to work, and you can expect more dollars of earnings based on their rate of return on equity that states allow them to have. But they're putting that capex money to work, and they're trying to grow earnings per share 7 to 8% annually. They said at a recent conference with investors and analysts that they're still on track to do that. Looks like they've got an agreement going for over 20 years with OpenAI for a data center. They filed something with the state of Georgia. Remember, Southern Company, right? So they filed something with the state of Georgia before the agreement with OpenAI. And it looks like they have demand and financing and funding in place. And it looks like all systems go for Southern Company. The last thing I'd say is stock trading at 18 times. When I have a utility that's going to grow earnings at 7 to 8% annually and grow that dividend as well, that's a stream going out in the long term of cash flows to the shareholder that's probably worth a lot more than 18 times, maybe worth more than 20 times. And the stock can trade up there when utilities are more in favor. So, I would definitely give Southern Company a look.
Okay, so staying on this AI theme, as far as this is a very different performer than what we just looked about with Southern Company, as Micron's climbed 224% this year, and so I'm assuming you're thinking that you have not missed the boat here, and that there's still further upside to be had in Micron.
So if you want to provide a volatility buffer to your portfolio, and you want to do something to avoid a margin call or something like that because chips are so volatile, you buy a utility like Southern Company or American Electric. But if you're ready for risk, if you're ready for a little risk on, I think you can go for Micron because it's trading at like 5.5 times forward earnings, and it's close, not quite at its trough PE historically, but close. Now, the company said to expect continued tight supply conditions relative to demand in 2027, and they used the word beyond. And when I line that up, I trust them because when I line that up with the fact that semiconductor stocks, the chart has tracked not perfectly but closely the way semiconductors traded in the late 90s and early 2000s. That chart shows you, I overlaid it. That chart shows you, that the SOXX has more to go to the upside. You think Micron would not participate in that? Yes, it would. The earnings growth is probably going to be explosive. It's washed out. Maybe a little bit more downside, but I'd go in and buy some shares here.
Okay, Teradyne is another outperformer that's on your list, and so as AI spending really continues to ramp, how important then is semiconductor testing equipment to that broader story?
So, right, testing equipment, and so there's 2 or 3 testing equipment players in the market. It's not an extremely competitive market, and so you make more chips. You need to do the tests and all that stuff. There's Teradyne. There's Advantest, which is a company that does trade. You can trade the shares in the U.S., I believe. And then there's Cohu, COHU, small cap, and it's starting to ramp up a little bit. But this is
Aklo looks good there, Sundog. It gets above the 50-day. That'll be a trend break. Okay, we're looking for the trend break. Rumble.
There is some intense competition within chips. Maybe with Teradyne, you get
Rumble is going here.
A little bit closer to a moat-like business.
Okay, and I wanted to also get your thoughts on Citizens Financial because this is not a traditional AI stock. Of course,
Rumble going today.
Improving the bank's economics, and why do you think the street is just overwhelmingly so underappreciating that benefit?
Right, and now if I thought the capital markets were going to dry up and the economy were going to head south and rates were going to be a problem, you wouldn't pick a bank stock. It's still a bull market. We're still in economic expansion, and I think we will be even if growth moderates. So that frees you up to look at banks. Which banks do you want? Well,
what's DoorDash doing? We were looking at DoorDash yesterday.
Maybe 3 weeks ago.
Okay, DoorDash continues.
Citizens Financial is doing a number of things to become.
It is off the highs of the session right now, but DoorDash and Chewy looking for a follow through. We looked at those yesterday.
To do tasks where it can, replace costs and
okay, Aklo.
But the management team
Aklo at the high of the day.
Bruce Vansano I spoke with has been very, very clear about hundreds of millions of dollars of annual cost savings because of the AI usage. And do I think CFG, Citizens Financial, can catch up in terms of operating margins and the other bank efficiency metrics and credit quality and all those things to its peer group, super regionals? Absolutely. Do I think that can cause the multiple re-rate closer to some other peers like Fifth Third Bank and M&T and PNC? I absolutely. I mean, if it happens, that your PE is going to re-rate, and I think that efficiency, that margin story from AI is I think it's close to a lock with just how well Citizens executes.
Okay, so looking across all four of those names then, Southern Company, Micron, Teradyne, and Citizens Financial, what common theme connects these ideas, and where do you think investors can be finding the best AI opportunities beyond these obvious mega cap winners?
I think the common theme that connects the physical players, the hardware and the utility, and I mentioned obviously Southern Copper, and there's American Electric that I like as well. The theme is that everyone knows, and you can see the chip market, the utility stock market has been concerned, and everyone knows that growth of data center spending is going to slow down. But the question is, can I buy some of these stocks at now favorable valuations, and will there still be pretty good growth? And you want to be careful because, like, if you have a time horizon that where you're afraid that, like, a bubble could burst or something, like, you still want to manage around that, manage things prudently, and yes, take your profits after rallies and trim your positions a little bit. Now is not that time. Now we've gotten this big washout, and so the growth of the data center, I do think, is intact. And I do think that's the connecting theme in the hardware. And then for Citizens, they're just on the other side of that spending. They're not building data centers or getting revenue for chips, data centers, electricity. They're using the AI software to become more efficient. That's the whole point of AI. So Citizens Financial is on the other side of that trade, and I do think it will benefit.
I like that. Some new names to discuss in terms of the AI conversation, because we cycle through a lot of the same players, and the dominant forces quite so often. Some other names like Citizens, great discussion today, and really appreciate it. Thanks so much, Jacob Sonnenschein, stock pick writer at Barron's. Coming up next, we'll discuss another AI beneficiary, that's AMD, which is higher today off the back of a Raymond James upgrade. Sam Bottas will take us through the note and the 4.4% jump today in AMD shares up next.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
FC.
Stay connected to the market with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, AMD is getting a bullish call as Raymond James upgrades the stock to a strong buy, saying the company is well positioned to benefit from growing AI-driven demand for server CPUs and data center share gains. So joining us now for more on today's move in AMD is Sam Bottas, host for the Schwab Network. And so, Sam, as far as what we are seeing here in AMD, a nice pop, and obviously we pulled back about 18% from the recent highs, but a nice mover today as we're seeing some chip strength across the board.
Yeah, that's right. It's not really unique as far as the
NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. NVIDIA with earnings tomorrow. Netflix looks like it wants to go again. All right, came off the lows. We do have junk bonds looking better. Junk bonds. Junk bonds above the 50-day. That's a big plus.
Revenue, they say, growing at a 44% annually to $201 billion in 2030 after extending its AI factory framework to the server central processing unit market. So as you say, the CPU market, Jenny, the growth will be driven, they say, by the data center demand, the CPUs that host and coordinate the accelerators and CPUs supporting agentic workflows are expected to be the beneficiaries of all of this. So they basically think AMD offers what they say, quote, the strongest combination of direct earnings leverage given its data center positioning and market share gains. And so AMD rallying today, that helped it bounce back from the profit taking we've seen earlier this month. I mean, it's been a tough couple of sessions actually for chips, so nice rebound today. This has been a strong performer year to date. I mean, it's up over 120%. It blew past expectations in its most recent report as well. Was it 50% or so year-over-year revenue? I mean, it's benefiting massively, as Raymond James points out in this note, from the data centers. I mean, that segment, if you take a look back at the previous earnings, was up over 100% year-over-year. So the market right now, the story for this one is that they're basically waiting for the shipments of Helios, which is coming soon. That's expected to compete with NVIDIA, and that's really been the market share story here. It is backed by commitments from some of these big tech companies, the so-called hyperscalers. You've got commitments from Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, OpenAI, and Anthropic. And so the story, you know, is expanding market share here, and that's what Raymond James is obviously getting at, that it's strongly positioned in the market right now. On a year-over-year basis, just getting back to stock performances we can see here, I mean, it's outperformed NVIDIA. Its gains nearly 200%, while NVIDIA is only up in double digits. Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle, all of those of which it's got the commitments from, are actually down during that time. So it's going to be interesting, I think, Jenny, going into this earnings report tomorrow from NVIDIA. I mean, given that it's outperformed that stock so much this year, makes you wonder how it will react come this Thursday post NVIDIA's earnings. I mean, we know that this is highly correlated to NVIDIA and the fact that they obviously operate in the same space, but I guess the market reaction depends on what NVIDIA has to say in the nuance in that communication, particularly around anything to do with market share. New bearish CPUs, because that could potentially take it as bearish, you could say, for AMD on the chip side. If they do come out and say anything more about, you know, AI capex, that could be potentially seen as bullish, one would argue, for AMD, because it does signal a broader shift in these guys spend more. So the move today, as I said, not specific to AMD, just looking across a lot of the chip stocks today, we are seeing a broad rebound, as you pointed out, after a tough few sessions. I mean, NVIDIA have been down for 7 sessions going into this day before, you know, the eve of the earnings report. You know, you've got equipment makers, opticals rallying. Marvell is having a good day. So as I said, nice bounce for this stock, up 4.5%. So bigger gain percentage-wise than we're seeing for the others. But yeah, obviously, this is going to be really interesting to see how it moves post NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's a good point. I was trying to see if we have market maker who's already priced in. Not quite yet, but I'm sure we will because I can imagine we'll see some correlation, some trading activity with whatever NVIDIA does and whatever it seems to make of the report, but still a close watch item to keep on our radar here. Really appreciate it. Sam Mattis, host of Morning Trade Live and Market on Close for Schwab Network.
S&P iron condors. I'm $10 away from my profit now. $5. Okay, so I'm about to trigger an order here.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes next. Try again. You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in real world.
It's absolutely world class. We have coaches who have been in the industry, around the industry for a long time to get their performance because people learn differently at different times. We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day. We've got events that are making their way around the country. So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
How incredible was that? And it's free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, Cisco, NVIDIA, and Supermicro are teaming up to expand Cisco's secure AI factory platform, providing AI chips, networking, security, and server infrastructure for enterprise customers. The announcement comes as companies accelerate their spend on AI and data center builds, with Cisco calling it one of the largest infrastructure expansion cycles in history. For Supermicro, the partnership reinforces its role as a key supplier of AI servers and technology, while highlighting continued demand for the hardware powering the AI boom. Joining us now, let's break down more on this move today is Scott Doki, Senior Manager of Trading Services at Charles Schwab. And so, Scott, great to have you with us. Walk us through the story and sort of why we're seeing such a nice upside swing for Supermicro here.
Yeah, pretty nice upward swing, that's for sure. Jenny, Supermicro, it's interesting here because this announcement from Cisco really validates where the company sits, kind of in the AI ecosystem. We spent a lot of time talking about NVIDIA and the GPUs, but somebody still has to eventually build the infrastructure around those chips, the servers, the racks, networking, power, increasing the cooling, etc. And that's where Supermicro comes in. Cisco's expanding and securing a factory with NVIDIA and bringing, as you mentioned, Supermicro into that architecture for high-density liquid and air-cooled compute. So this gives Supermicro another pathway into enterprise, neo-cloud, and sovereign cloud deployments. But the bigger story is that AI is becoming an infrastructure story, not just a semiconductor story. Supermicro is guiding fiscal 2027 revenue to roughly 65 to 72 billion, up from 39 billion last year. Because Cisco brings enterprise reach and credibility, Supermicro already knows how to build these high-density AI systems. Cisco brings networking, security, service, relationships with enterprise customers, etc. And this potentially gives Supermicro in front of customers that it might not reach as efficiently on its own. So the question that many may be asking then is, does this partnership materially change anything for Supermicro's numbers? The answer is not yet. Cisco hasn't disclosed a purchase commitment or revenue numbers. So today it's more important strategically than financially, but what it does expand is Supermicro's potential distribution and validates its technology. So a lot going on here, Jenny.
Oh boy.
A whole ton of let's wait and see how this all materializes. They're getting ahead of a pretty substantial and important problem and solving that. So we'll see how it all rolls out. We've got a couple of power plays going on here with it.
Okay, so it's interesting that we haven't really seen much of a reaction today in Cisco. So is this more of a story, I mean, as you just laid out, that benefits Supermicro? Because Supermicro is off to the races. Cisco's, I mean, barely higher today.
Yeah, Cisco's barely higher. Supermicro's almost 10%. Last time I checked, they were like 9.35% up today. Not just up to date, but Alex always likes to ask about the technicals around that. We actually have what we call a hold today on Supermicro. That's close above the high of the low day. Not a recommendation, but many traders see that as a potential entry signal. So we'll see how it all plays out. Definitely, this is definitely weighing in the positive more for Supermicro, but I think that there's more weight to be played there. I mean, Cisco, this is just a small story and a very, very, very large pond. Supermicro is the smaller pond, so of course it's going to have a different weight in the movement of the price action.
Okay, yeah, and in Supermicro, again, like you said, a nice pop today, so really appreciate it. Scott Durfee, Senior Manager of Trading Services at Charles Schwab. That'll do it for today's Next Gen Investing. Appreciate you all for tuning in on this Tuesday. We have the watch list coming up next.
Okay. Netflix still trying to push up. All right. Marvell's been the top of the list all day long. Marvell. Let's take a look at Marvell. Marvell off the highs of the day, but the top of the NASDAQ 100 list, along with AMD, number 2. Nebius, number 3. That's been on the top of the list all day. MSTR. Strategy following through. I like Coinbase as well. And Bitcoin 2 times. Bitcoin 2 times ETF. That's a good one. I wouldn't buy it now. I would wait. I already have a position in BITX from last week. I took some off. What was it? Yesterday? What's today? Tuesday? Yeah, I took some off. Friday. I took some off Friday, and I still have a position. Half a position. So my next entry would be a pullback and a little flag here. So I'd be looking for something like this. I'd be looking for a little pullback and then a follow through and a breakthrough the 200-day right here. Okay. So I would not buy the high. Exercise some safety and some patience by waiting for the stock or the position to come to you. Don't chase after it. That's usually a bad idea. We got into this last week when Bitcoin, we identified that first big day in Bitcoin. Okay, we identified this move right here. That was what, Wednesday, right? Yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. All right. So it trades 365. Bitcoin trades 365 Saturdays and Sundays. Google looks like it might want to do something. We've been watching Google. I want to get back into Google, but I'll wait until it gets above the 50-day. My idea here is that Google sold off on one person leaving the company, the chief science officer. Is Google only about one person? Are there endeavors to get into quantum computers more than they already are? Or AI, or search, or everything else? You think that's one person? Yeah, me neither. So that gave you an opportunity on the pullback. Now we just have to identify when they're back. Okay. I want, just personally, I like to see a move back above the 50-day and get the 50-day to turn up. Then I can start to structure a trending type of position, similar to what we did with Netflix. Okay, Netflix was kind of long and drawn out. Okay, Netflix. This faded for months. I remember over here, we talked about maybe this gap. We get a bounce, didn't happen. Stops get taken out below the 50-day. We drifted lower all of May, June into July. And finally, volume started to pick up. We identified that. Started building positions in Netflix again, selling put premium, turning around, taking the put premium and buying shares. Then taking those shares and selling covered calls since the reversal. So that looks really good. So that's what we're looking for right now. For Google, we're looking for the same thing that happened in a different, sort of a different format for Google. Same thing with Meta. We got this little turn in Meta. We want to see this follow through. The issue with Meta I have right now is the volume is below average. So this move right here is below average volume. Tesla. Okay, we're trying to take out yesterday's high. I don't think we're going to do it. We don't have volume that exceeds yesterday's volume. Did we say Netflix? I think we're looking for Netflix volume to exceed yesterday's volume. We have a pretty big day today. Netflix, we identified that Netflix tends to have a big day followed by several smaller days. So a couple of big days and a follow through, a big day, a consolidation, a big day, consolidation. Now we got a big day. Do we get consolidate tomorrow or do we accelerate? It'd be nice to see a follow through day tomorrow in Netflix. That's what I'm expecting. So we'll swing Netflix. Apple, no follow through. Apple sitting just below the 50-day now. Microsoft. Looked like Microsoft was going to do something. It's looking okay. We're about to break above, what is that? That's Monday's high from last week. We can take out Monday's high from last week. We would see it in price action. Right now, it seems a little sluggish. Nice intraday, day trade. Beam, a position that that Tony brought to my attention. Beam, looking for a follow through. Breaking through the 50-day moving average. Saw bringing up Oclo. That might change direction. Oclo. Opening range breakout signals on Oclo. Beam, that was Tony. Rumble, that's on the Sizzle index. Breaking out to the upside. Rumble breaking a big downtrend. Okay, if you go back, you see Rumble has broken a downtrend from the high through this recent high right there. Okay. So Rumble, Sizzle is 3.94 times. What this is telling you is that options are trading at 4 times normal. Okay. That looks good. We got NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. AT&T. A kind of a sleeper stock, but it's trending. AT&T and Verizon. The banks recently, the credit cards, AXP. MasterCard and Visa were up big yesterday. MasterCard and Visa up again today. Visa looks like it wants to break out. All right, that's a half a dozen stocks right there that can make your day, make your week. I'm working on a strategy, a test, selling iron condors, and we'll start keeping track of that. This is the first 2 days of that iron condor strategy. I'm about to take out, about to get taken out at a 50% profit trigger. If I don't make the 70, if I don't make the 50% profit trigger, right now I'm only like $5 off. By 3:45, if that doesn't execute, it will automatically trigger a sell order at 3:45 p.m. for the then current price at the limit. Right now we're just $5 off of that limit on S&P iron condors. S&P. The goal here is $500 a day. Currently at about $150 a day. I'm doing smaller positions right now just to take the test. For 2 iron condors, 5 strikes wide, Schwab requires you to set aside $1,000 until the trade is closed. Actually, it's $750, but they rounded up to $1,000. So $1,000 set aside in your account. And after the trade is complete, $1,000 goes back to your balance, and you just repeat the process over tomorrow morning at 9:31, provided we don't gap up again like we did this morning. This morning we gapped up. We were up 20 points right at the open, 40 points pre-market.
Which is up from 48. So they, they've had to adjust for.
Okay, here goes Microsoft. Microsoft's gearing up again. Microsoft, let me see what I have in Microsoft. Microsoft looking for more upside. Microsoft.
You mentioned COVID, you reminded me of an article that I was looking at, and it said COVID made Moderna famous. Now cancer could define its future. And because of what you were talking about, this vaccine that takes your personal DNA, puts it with the Keytruda, and has clinically meaningful findings and results, real results. Very interesting. So a big move.
Microsoft looking for more upside. Okay, we're looking for Microsoft to break out here. Okay.
Let's talk about this a bit. It feels like one of those days at school where you have 2 big tests and you're like, I hope we pass both of these tests. The day starts out with one test, that's the PCE. And what investors really want to see is it doesn't have to be perfect. They're not looking for perfection, just like we weren't looking for perfection with CPI or PPI. It just can't be too hot. The expectation for core PCE is a move around 0.2% month over month. The annual rate is still expected to be above 3% there. So, we don't have that 2 handle that the Fed to see, for instance, that month over month reading of 0.2% to allow the Fed to have more time, to take that potential for those who are not looking for a rate hike, to take that off the table, to see more of a wait and see. And then, of course, we end the day with the heavyweight of heavyweights, NVIDIA. You got the expectations of more than $91.8 billion for revenue. EPS, we're looking for 209. And it's interesting, it comes in a day, Tom was making this point about Raymond James putting themselves out there with the views on both NVIDIA and AMD. The day. So we'll see how things shake out. I'm really looking forward to it. We are going to be very busy tomorrow. All right, right now it's at 212, up almost 2%. Diane King Hall, thank you so much. Catch your morning movers and there on Fast Market. Coming up, we'll spotlight tech, Intuit in particular. Reports its earnings today after the closing bell. Let's discuss this. Still to come, big moves. Tom White will join us with real options trades for wealth.
Okay, we're right at the opening range highs. And Microsoft having some difficulty breaking through this area. We got the daily on the right. I think we're probably going to squeeze into that area. You see the 21-day coming up underneath price, that dotted orange line. I like the 500, 510 debit. I don't know what they're going for now. Probably more than 350, I would guess. That's a little stale. Let me see what Microsoft looks like here. I don't want to buy Microsoft right here. NLR being looked at. Nick is taking a look at NLR. Uranium and nuclear ETF. Yeah, it looks real good. Real good.
Schwab Network has covered when the biggest name in report earnings. Join us tomorrow for NVIDIA's second quarter report. Market on Close will give you 30 minutes of extended coverage to react live to the numbers that matter. You'll get instant feedback from the report, where the stock is headed, and what comes next in the AI trade. Because where NVIDIA goes, so
Okay, what does nano nuclear look like? Trying to turn the corner. SMR. All right, these nuclear stocks might be catching a bid now.
watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Oh, wow. Damn.
We're back here on the watch list. We're watching AMD shares.
Wow, Dolly Parton. Wow. Such a nice lady. At least she seemed like it. Never know what somebody's like behind closed doors, but
Also raising its price target on AMD shares to $641 from $565, and hey, it's trading at $476 today. So certainly a long way to go up to that price target. A lot of upside potential. Time for tech. We go
wow.
into it.
That just, wow, that's something. Dolly Parton passing away?
Technology Morningstar. Thank you so much for being with us. We have a lot of details here on Intuit, but what's the big picture on the company? Your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me here today. So for Intuit, we know that the company's reported an underwhelming third quarter because of expectations. So for this quarter, we are really looking at whether TurboTax can still gain a little bit of momentum towards the end of the 2026 tax season, and also whether the company's strategy in the mid-market and also its money offering
Wow.
can really help facilitate a low teens growth with its global business solutions offerings that includes QuickBooks and
So what was she, 80? Wow.
and also we will be looking at the management guidance for the
Okay, SMR, these are going. Watch these. They're looking good.
be surprised that management's guidance come a little bit lower than what many investors are expecting. Yeah, but overall, I think a lot of moving pieces on the day. It's definitely gonna shape how the stock's gonna move over the next year or so.
So many different products under the umbrella. You mentioned TurboTax, which is seeing less growth, and that came in the third quarter, and you'd like to see what it does next. Also, the IRS's filings have been coming down. So what do you think about that? I mean, I saw a note
point in your notes where you said 2 million units in the do-it-yourself category. I mean, this was hot during COVID. Can you reverse this trend, or is this just going to continue to really be the weaker point while something like Credit Karma is the strong point? Is that what's going to happen? Is that what you foresee?
Yeah, sure. So for TurboTax, as you mentioned, there are many units missing on the
Okay, these nukes are getting some attention here.
interpretation is that it has more to do with the prevailing macro environment where a lot of people, they just skip their tax filing this year, trying to, I would say, pay less tax, especially if you think about the gig workers and also like other, I would say, people living on wages. So overall, we think it's like a one-time softness, but it is also possible that it represents a bigger shift in, tax filing patterns and the end market that the Intuit TurboTax is addressing on. So looking ahead, the 2027 tax season, another threat that we'll be focusing on would be the agentic AI tax filings. I think within 6 months, the LLM-powered tax filing solutions can become much powerful than what we see today and pose a real threat to TurboTax. So yeah, that's what we will be watching when management issues TurboTax revenue guidance for the new fiscal year.
Boy, there's a lot under this umbrella to sort of peel. I'll start with the TurboTax story, which has seen slower growth, and that is one of your concerns. And what I asked you was whether or not does this seem, since COVID, maybe the do-it-yourselfers are not doing as much. You have the filings down, but you said maybe it's just temporary softness. You have to wait and see. But the
SMR looking good. Let me see. I have a position in SMR I've had forever, I think. See if I still have it or if that's sold off. SMR. No, don't have it. Oclo, no, don't have it. Nanonuclear, don't have that either. Okay. SMR.
The interest rate environment has been relatively stable.
Oclo tends to get more attention. Oclo going for 45. NLR NIX brought to my attention. That's 112.
Very popular among its core user group. We see
SMR.
User engagement trends.
Maybe some in the money calls on SMR out in December or something like that.
Is a very important part of their financial lives. So yeah, I think Credit Karma really offers a wide range of solutions and also AI-powered recommendations of credit products that people are looking for. Now, going forward, I think with Credit Karma and the deeper synergies with TurboTax, this product should have a very stable growth runway over the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's in your bullish column. We have the headwinds. We talked a lot about a lot of the headwinds facing the company.
Okay, SMR.
The tailwinds would be something like that, the synergies between Credit Karma and TurboTax. You also mentioned the done-for-you products, TurboTax Live, that people like that. It's done for you. That's very interesting. I didn't even know about that opportunity that can lift average revenue. But the 455 target, you're putting it there. It's about the $100
SMR.
higher than where we are now. But you still feel like there's high uncertainty. I mean, can we get there within a year? I mean, this is probably a 12-month target. Are you less worried about the
SMR. These should be pretty cheap, I would think. SMR.
Yeah. So yeah, to get to our 455 fair value estimate, I would like to see that TurboTax really gains the stable
SMR. 88% risk reversal. Nanonuclear. Oklo.
with Intuit's business offerings, especially its higher end Intuit Enterprise Suite product that is targeting the mid-market enterprises, and also continued investment.
There's Oklo there, bottom right.
Especially around these kind of done for you experiences that can sufficiently drive up the average revenue per customer. So yeah, there's a lot need to happen for Intuit to hit that price target. But overall, we are positive. We see like healthy signs that the company has been doing very good execution. Company is also holding Investor Day in September.
Okay, I bought some SMR October 10 calls.
Great. We look forward to speaking to you again then after that, after earnings, after the Investor Day, and maybe we'll have a little more clarity.
Okay, bought October 10 calls. Filled at $1.30.
Wells Fargo, NVIDIA, and Supermicro. Much more when the watch list comes right back. Quick break. Kick off the morning with the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live with macro weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
GLXY. SMR.
SMR on the move.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. I'm Kevin Green, and I track options for you, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Margaret Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products.
Okay, SMR, the nukes are getting some attention.
Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com. This is the watch list, and we're checking in on Apple today. After Bloomberg reported that the company is set to introduce the foldable iPhone, launching an event on September 9th around then. According to this report, early testing feedback highlights the device's book-style design and iPad-like software layouts, but it will be pricey. This could, in fact, top $2,000. And this comes on the same day where Apple now told us about their M6 Max Mini, Mac Studio. A lot of news from Apple today. Right now, it's down 0.25%. Time for big moves, where we highlight outsized options trades taking place in the market. And for that, we're welcomed by Tom White. I'm so glad you're here with us because I'm looking forward to hearing about NVIDIA. But first, let's talk about Wells Fargo, which is down nearly 3% this month, also down about 10% year to date. What stood out in the options market to you?
I think what stands out more than anything is the underperformance of Wells Fargo compared to its peers in this space, whether it's the JP Morgans, Bank of America, or Citigroups. And then on the flip side, the investment stacks, Morgan Stanley underperformed. You mentioned the pullback, nearly 10% so far this year. When you've got the XLF, the banking ETF, just off of all-time highs. So financial sector has done pretty well. Wells Fargo, not so much. Well, what's the reason behind that? Well, net interest margin's not expanding as much as competitors. And then you also look at tangible common equity for Wells Fargo. The returns aren't as great as some of the peers within this space. So it's underperformed, but that kind of stuck out to me as far as the unusual option activity that we saw in here today. There was a put seller in here, maybe with the expectations that the stock's going to consolidate, maybe go higher. This was on the October monthly option, so 52 days to expiration. Traders sold 2,500 of the October 82.5 strike puts, just out of the money to the downside. Collected an average credit of about $2.43. So that break even for this trader, where they start to lose money, is below $80.07 over the next month and a half. That's about 5% below the current share price. So this trader is either wanting to collect that option premium with the stock already compressed, or if the stock falls below that 82.5 strike and they get assigned on them, that they're willing to buy the shares just above $80 a share. So at about a 5% discount to this to the stock. So yeah, put seller here in Wells Fargo.
Okay. Next up, really interested to hear more about NVIDIA. Of course, tomorrow's earnings after the bell, we'll have a special market on close. There's a lot of projections that they're going to double profit and revenue. And, you know, is it going to be good enough to have a beat and a raise? So what are people betting on now when you look at the options market?
Yeah, I think the bar's low in this one. And if you take a look at the price action of the stock recently, it's pulled back from after breaking out of a recent range between about 190 and 210. It went up to above 225. It's pulled back toward that 210 level, the upper end of the range that's traded. So it's muted expectations here, even though revenue is supposed to grow 100% on a year-over-year basis. Gross margins are supposed to stay at or near that 75% level. They're sold out of Vera Rubin chips through 2026. So there's a lot to kind of digest here going into this, but the bar's actually low because the valuation on NVIDIA compared to its competitors and peers is extremely low on a forward basis. It's about 20 times forward PE compared to AMD and Intel, which are, you know, above 70% at this point. So yeah, the bar's low on this one, but a lot of option activity over the last couple of days. We talked about it yesterday. There's a bullish call buyer out in duration in October. Today, what kind of stuck out to me was really short-term positioning in here. And this was in the August 28th weekly cycle. So just 3 days to expiration, you're going to capture that earnings event. And this one trader bought over 50,000 of the 230 strike calls and sold over 50,000 of the 240 calls. So they bought this $10 wide bullish call vertical. They paid only a debit of about 85 cents for it because it is out of the money to the upside. With the stock trading about 212, 85-cent debit. So the break even for this trader where they need the stock to go above is $230.85 over the next 3 days. That's nearly 9% above the current share price. So really good risk reward setup on this type of trade, Nicole. But at the same time, you do need that nearly 9% move to get above the break even on this this trade. And if you take a look at the options volume on these two strikes, this was 50,000 that traded earlier on in the session. Over 100,000 calls have traded on both of those strikes. So maybe this trader is continuing to pile in to this position. But good risk reward setup, but definitely need to move to the upside post earnings.
Options volume is heavy, as you're noting, but the implied volatility is not 9%. You know what I mean? So you're looking for that 9% or so gain for that trade, but we'll see. Maybe it's more like 5 or 7%. We'll have to wait and see. Last but not least, how about Supermicro? Because that's having a nice day and really a nice August of about 30% plus.
Yep.
Caught your eye.
Yeah, about 34%, I believe, this month after about 8% gains today. Announcement today, Cisco announced it's expanding its secure AI factory with NVIDIA and through a partnership with SMCI for this. And this comes post earnings when SMCI handily beat estimates on EPS. Revenue came in a little bit light, but I think one of the keys on the recent earnings report, which has sent the stock to these levels and the rebound in it, they see Q1 revenue of about 14.5 to about $15.5 billion. The consensus for revenue prior to that was just over $12 billion. So start to ramp up some of these projections, and they see EPS for the current quarter of about $1 to $1.10. The consensus was only 76 cents for that. So guidance moved higher after an EPS beat. Revenue came in a little bit light, and now the announcement today with Cisco and NVIDIA on that partnership. We did see some bullish activity in here, also really short-term positioning from this trader. And this was in the August 28th weekly options expired this Friday. Trader bought over 14,000 of the 40 strike calls, paid an average debit of about 67 cents for these. So the break even for this trader where they start to profit into the end of the week is $40.67. That's about 6% above the current share price. So this trader needs this bullish activity and momentum to the upside to continue this week.
All right, on the move.
Well, thank you. I mean, that really is big news on the partnership. Watching this trade here and the big move of 35%. Thank you, Tom. Always here for big moves as he looked at Wells Fargo, NVIDIA, and SMCI. See Tom at noon on Best Market. Coming up, the co-CEO of Aptera Motors planning to produce its first wave of solar vehicles.
Okay, S&P right at my limit. I should be triggering here shortly.
To discuss here, we'll be right back.
Smiley Caden, live from Chicago. We're tracking market movers, earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next. Stream Schwab Network.
All right, I'm right at my limit. I should trigger here shortly. 50% offer. I think it just triggered. Offering.
Everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
So about it, connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Okay, 35-cent limit. These iron condors should trigger here. Looking good.
Stock Exchange. I'm happy to be joined now by Chris Anthony, co-CEO of Aptera Motors. You manufacture solar cars, ticker symbol SEV, solar electric vehicles. Look, I really would love to hear about your partnership here with Launch Design and how you plan to get some high volume production numbers in the fall and ahead.
Very cool. We're excited that we've ordered our first batch.
All right, S&P turning back up. S&P.
Hopefully be putting those together later this year and delivering our very first vehicles to customers. But really, the last 6 months we've been going through validation and durability and making sure our vehicles perform to the utmost they can. Now we're really entering into a whole new phase of the company, which is gearing up for production. And we've been lucky enough to sign an amazing deal with Launch Design.
S&P turning back up.
And they're investing in our program, the first large strategic investor we've gained. They're putting $15 million towards our effort to enter pilot production and the tooling and fixtures and know-how to actually execute on that with Launch Design.
Yeah, I was reading about Launch Design and how they help you in every way, from the assembly, testing, all those things that you mentioned, as well as the partnerships that they have where they've laid the groundwork with Chevrolet and Citroen and Renault and Tesla and such. And so that also helps you, right?
One of the biggest things that they offer is access to a global supply chain, which is hard for a small company like ours. But because we have such an amazing technology for the future of not just our three-wheeled vehicle, but the future of transportation in general. You can imagine our solar on four-wheeled vehicles and bigger vehicles. and larger vehicle programs. That's who Launch works with now. Is they design amazing vehicles for production partners around the world, and production partners that could really find our technologies amazing to integrate to increase the range of their electric vehicles, the usability, and hopefully reduce the impact on the grid and the need to produce power in any way except the power that's produced on your solar rooftop on your vehicle.
It's extraordinarily exciting and definitely a way to go because, as you noted, it's 1/10 of what gasoline uses in energy, 1/3 of what electric vehicles use in energy. So it's certainly the way to go, these solar cars in many ways. At the same time, when you talk about having the components for the 40,
All right, it's 2:35 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Tuesday, August the 25th. Biotechs. Biotechs in play. We've got utilities up 0.4%. Tech is up, was up almost 1% on the day. That backed off a little bit. Real estate is up 0.2%. Materials flat to slightly higher. Healthcare up 0.4%. Financials flat to slightly higher. And communication services up 0.4%. Down are energy, financials marginally, consumer discretionary, and industrials.
They certainly look so snazzy and fancy. The price point seems very desirable at just 44,000. I'm sure people thought that it might be more expensive, but that seems like a doable price point and the competitive price point. Also, if it's not sunny, you just can charge it electrically, right? With an electric charger.
Yeah, we're working with Launch Design to meaningfully lower our bill of materials cost, and we think in the future we could possibly offer even cheaper options of the Aptera. You can imagine an Aptera with less range, that the battery pack costs a lot less, so we can charge less for that vehicle. And yeah, you just leave it out in the sun, you get 40 miles a day of charge, and for most drivers, you never have to plug the Aptera in, so it's kind of a perpetual motion machine to sit.
Yeah, I've always wondered why they didn't have solar built into like the paint or whatever, you know?
Building it here in California, how will you remain competitive against so many other vehicle makers?
Yeah, we're an American company. We're assembling these vehicles right here in Carlsbad, California. We're also making the battery packs and the solar panels and all the technology that's in the vehicle here in San Diego. So having access to a global supply chain means reduced parts cost, and that means we can
Future's still rising.
More vehicles into people's hands. For EV technologies, so doing business there is a great way to ensure we accelerate production properly.
Do you found the supply chain to be pretty smooth overall from point A to point B on what you need at this point? Also, how many people fit in the car?
Well, the supply chain has been a bit of a mess after COVID, so things are just now starting to smooth down. And now there's tariffs that you have to negotiate too, but we've got great lawyers and strategists to help us through that. And working with Launch as a global supply chain provider, we can access parts from countries that are tariff friendly to us, and then do a lot of the work to actually put the vehicle together here in San Diego. So it's a great attribute. The vehicle itself fits 2 passengers side by side. It's got a lot of storage in the back. You actually open the clamshell in the back. You can put a tent over the rear hatch so you can go out camping with a friend, and you can put a couple mountain bikes back there and surfboard. So it's really useful vehicle on this 3-wheel platform, and actually in the future.
Whoops.
And now starting to shift into carol. But I do think that that's for 2026. we talk about that's amazing. It's resilient consumer, needs to shop. They are primarily e-commerce focused. And with that, you can see that's 50% right now. It's a school. So how is it catering between
QBTX.
being emotional?
GLXU.
We tend to get and going right now. So, see people with interest promotions, or they sort of looking to maybe bulk up ahead of somebody that's now it's a pretty equal mix of okay. And when you think about this economy that we're seeing right now, it's sort of these little luxuries. And you do have like police charms on your website, you use some smaller accessories, and it doesn't ensure just only for jewelry or smaller price points. Yeah, I think there's a mix. You know, I think particularly in
CONX.
What do you expect there? It seems like that's what happened. You expect a strong policy. They are predicting a really solid H2 Q4. I think
CONX.
one last question here. Neon Rebels launching just last week. What sort of response have you seen? What are these tools looking for in these data? So talking about you see the really solid
All right, futures starting to move higher back above VWAP.
I see.
Our best friends won't stay in their best shape forever. But what if you could turn back time? Introducing hip and joint advanced care from Native Pet, a modern approach to mobility, targeting joints, muscles, and inflammation. Where clinically backed ingredients make real movement, because when they're back to doing what they love, that's the proof. Hip and joint advanced care feels like flying. Every veteran's story is different, but they all deserve the benefits they've earned.
For years, we've seen only $327
Today, I received over 4,000. And that time, we helped more than 27,000 veterans, earning more than $12 billion in lifetime benefits. You serve your country. Now it's time to get what you earn. Contact that today. We go to the body, your business. Lowe's, that therapist for yourselves. What's my name? Official fit at Warsh. There's no clothes. And your best fitting.
MMRO. MNRO.
I see. All right, market's trying to rally up a bit.
CRCG. CRCG.
All right, S&P on the move. All right, Microsoft turning back up, Meta's turning back up, along with NVIDIA. Earnings tomorrow, NVIDIA. There was a big buyer of some calls earlier that Dollar had posted somewhere around noon. Looks good. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA is looking good here.
That NVIDIA also has a stake in SpaceX, I believe it's about $21 billion.
And the value of the system got up quite a bit. And the rest of the investors. So then the party has said that if these guys have decided to see the in order to pay off the package, so the demand can push that. And so far, so good. The market are which includes
And as mentioned before, we're awaiting that Anthropic IPO filing here. There is some concern about the balance sheet, especially if we saw SpaceX go public earlier this year. What do you make of this heading into the report, and should investors be focused on that balance sheet for Anthropic?
SMCX.
possibly having open source models. So probably not too out top of red most popular companies using them across the board for that entire AI stack. All that will change over time as one of the stack of other types of control, like registration of obviously a lot of AI using open source models. So I probably right now they have to make a compelling case for why their market, that high-end market, high-end intelligence can grow to be hundreds of billions and maybe $1 trillion revenue. That's a tough sell, but to be fair, that something can be very popular because it is the AI. It is the leader of providing AI for the model, and investors are going to want exposure.
Really quickly, how does Anthropic balance commission safely in the public markets?
It's very difficult. A lot of companies didn't have the benefits, like the structure of the statements that some kind of outrage. So a lot of companies, they're going to see the pay. Regardless of whether it goes out there, and it's 50% of people are going to try to play it. The stock will go down very substantially. It didn't happen in the private markets, but they're going to have to really come down their rhetoric about the equals of AI, what they're doing about it. You start talking more like a business where customers are buying a service from them, and then you can provide that service in a cost.
Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And that's it. The market cap.
SNAP. Right. No middleman, no real. Just bigger news. Month after week full month. New date and we'll send the news for holiday delivery. 10 weeks subscription plans to choose from and zero commitment. New stock makes any day. Save on your first subscription order today. SNAP. SNAP. CIFR. Small, consistent habits. Monitoring your steps. You see progress. Checking my window. Make sure your score stays active. Sticking to fundamentals and showing up every day in others in fitness and environments. Planning your exercise routine in advance helps you get ready. Making major financial decisions.
Netflix trying to take the highs. Nvidia continues.
SNAP. CIFR.
What's SpaceX doing? I haven't looked at SpaceX today. Apple. SpaceX somewhat flat. TEM pulled back in.
SNAP.
Palantir. Need that above 180. All right, so kind of a boring day. We expected that from the very beginning. If you bothered to read Gamma this morning, we're expecting a dull market. Pretty much dead on. Doji Day. Hit the high, hit the low, came right back to VWAP and consolidated for the last couple hours. But we did have some stocks that are moving. The nukes are catching a bid. We got XBI Biotech's doing well. We're going to finish up the day. Looks like we'll finish up the day with about 220 stocks advancing. If you recall, we started off the day with about 150, 140 stocks. I think it was 150 stocks advancing at the open, first hour. It's about 150, 160 stocks advancing gradually through the day. More stocks being bought where junk bonds are above 50, the 50-day. So that's good. That's a bullish signal for equity bulls. All right, here's junk bonds. The 10-year yield moving lower. That's also a bullish tailwind for small caps, especially if this pulls back even more. All right. Breath, like I said, has been gradually getting better throughout the day. Okay. With NASDAQ in the lower panel doing the best. Small caps pointing down still. Mid caps are trying to flatten out and turn up by tomorrow. and S&P is kind of flat. Equal weight index, RSP, equal weight index, buyers at the low of the day, tight Bollinger Bands. Half of the Bollinger Bands, RSI above 50. Bottom line, markets look fine. Okay, markets look fine. Here's the NYSE, day 3, back above the 9 EMA. Okay, we've been above the 21-day since July. We dipped below it in July and we moved back up. Second week, third week of July, we dipped below. And we've been above the 21-day ever since. So 4 weeks, building 5 weeks above the 21-day New York Stock Exchange. Dow Industrials turning up. Back above the 21-day. Upper half of the Bollinger Bands, RSI rising. So this looks good too. Stochastics reset. This is really nice. Whenever I see stochastics look like that, this particular turning from 20, turning back up aggressively, that's always a good sign. And volume picking up. So that looks good. Industrials, the Qs. Okay, not quite there yet. The Qs have yet to turn. Stochastics have yet to turn. MACDs have yet to turn. So we're almost there. XLK, Tech. Okay, that's right there. That's ready to turn. So any day now, this is going to turn up aggressively, most likely. Last time it did it over here. You see that? Look what the volume did thereafter. And the markets took off. Now, I'm not looking for that same kind of move that we had in April, but I am looking for this configuration with MACD and stochastics like we had over here in April. That's about ready to do the same thing. Volume needs to pick up. RSI is above 50, or will be above 50. Tech looks good. Energy pulling back today. All right.
Each of those down 1%. Industrials and consumer discretionary mildly in the red. And there's NVIDIA, the ticker of the hour, maybe of the 2 days. We get those earnings after the bell on Wednesday, it's up 2% today. Also at 2% is SpaceX, and then Tesla and Meta, each of those up 1%. And not seeing a whole lot of outside action in the mega caps there. But when we look at the semiconductor space, a lot of nice green, some dark green. Momentum up 4, Marvell up 4, AMD up 5, and Lam Research and
LEU, Tony.
And checking out that.
Yeah, LEU.
We're seeing a couple of the big ones in green. Oracle's up almost 2%. Microsoft maybe up half. But for the most part, a red. CrowdStrike, Intuit, Palo Alto, each of those down more than 3%. Let's check out the Dow as well. And here, the outperformers. We got Merck traveling to the upside, 3.5%. By the way, I was just looking at the year-to-date chart, and this a little bit. Really got liftoff. Well, we've had German news recently, but as I've been writing about, healthcare has kind of taken off over the last 2 months. That is a big break to the upside for Merck. Goldman Sachs up 2%. And,
what the hell? LEU.
Show you before I hand things back to Josh. Bitcoin has been hovering under 80,000 right there, but you can see over the last month we had a nice steep rise over the last few days. So kind of stalling out around the big number 80,000, but that's fun to get through. And Jared, video reports tomorrow. What are you watching? Yeah, so I'm going to be watching the data center, but data center can be 2 different numbers. We got compute, and that's the big one.
Riot. RIOT. Riot.
These are quarterly figures, and then networking. So networking as a percentage is not quite there, but it is actually growing at a faster rate.
Yeah. LEU, it's dead money until it breaks out of that range.
Meanwhile, the stocks go into the bear market around 17 or 18% there. So just to show you that NVIDIA has really been broadly immune to all the chip flows that we've been talking about in the last couple of years. Josh, back there, okay? That's his arm here after the earnings drop. It's all out and down. Headwinds, tailwinds, a lot. That's the way. CEO and G-Man and more insight and strategy. Josh, nice to meet you. I appreciate it. This was a part of every quarter. So God, that's why 2.5%, 1.6 is still goes low in each of the last 4 months, and it fell straight 7 straight sessions into this one, excluding today. It just needs to be the whisper, and the whisper number is $208 billion on the top line. The Street's also looking for there's going to be a breakout as of this quarter. It actually split hyperscale to what we call ACIE. ACIE stands for AI clouds, industrial, and enterprise. So they can beat or people beat if they don't hit the whisper number of stops themselves. When I would make your earnings lead back, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I expect the suggestion when Jensen Long
CELU.
come out and show investors, hey, this next 5 cycles for him, we need to come with specifics, we need to come with details. Do I have that? Yeah, it is. The good news is that unlike previous earnings reports, I say year after year, there hasn't been this massive flurry of people questioning whether they're going to be able to ship on time or not. The basic question on memory and reconfiguring that memory. There's also been discussions on 15% price increase. The good news is we haven't seen that yet. And details, particularly around the latest ramp the latest product, whether it's variable movement or even the continuation B300, I think we could pay to be confidence to investors, even though this year it's not intense. More important than revenue. Is that because that NVIDIA to show investors, yes, we can pass along these high memory costs to our customers? You know, that's the biggest reason, Josh, right? The rules are, I think, pretty good rules on a 15% price increase. And can they carry that over or actually do better on spread on the increase costs? And also, Josh, one of the things that NVIDIA did great on the initial Blackwell rollout is they had to spend a little bit more money to accelerate the ramp based on pull-ins. And the question is do they need to spend a bunch of money on pull-ins, airship days, need to paying people, more than over time
CELU.
to make this happen? It's a very good read on actual execution. There is still concern on some that it's too competitive on just a handful of big tech customers. Do we see evidence that that customer base is large? Yeah, the short answer is yes. And NVIDIA, like I said, I know this has been a source of consternation for NVIDIA that
CELU.
hey, people are recognizing what we're doing outside Microsoft. So what they did is they're going to break out their sales between hyperscalers and ACIE, which is the power-based hyperscaler, and very rarely companies make a split if it doesn't become a story. And I fully think that it will tell the story of ACIE hyperscaler, which is the diversification of within China is citizen.
CELU.
Yeah, there's kind of a meme out there in the Facebook that CUDA is and CUDA is still somewhat less than now. Abilities to build, build their own ecosystem. And I would say the second node is all the software that NVIDIA has built on top of CUDA, like and probably
CELU.
Mind you, the largest node has right now is its batch. It's $250 billion floats. I think something 500 billion in total.
LITX.
Its customers or financing even the power generation of the higher they did. And that's something that most competitors cannot even touch. A couple of I've seen Google and Broadcom do some deals like this, but if you look at the overall capability and how much money that NVIDIA's to be able to extend credit and do financing, that is a move that is underappreciated. That credits that my call is to describe that circular margin. Why should it see that to be uncomfortable? So I think that's going to be this anytime that FCF goes negative, the hyperscalers and the fact that the neoclouds aren't making any money yet, I think it does demand scrutiny. But I think that every deal is not the same, where NVIDIA might be a partial backstop. The thing that people forget is that both Anthropic and OpenAI are partners. And even right, is profitable as well. And that to me is the most meaningful thing. Then you ask yourself, well, it's not making money right. Hyperscalers are making money. The chip makers are making money. The power companies are making money. And profit and OpenAI are making money. Buying money out of the revenue, their profits, of course. The only people not making money are the new clients. We are still a small portion of these overall. So I actually
All right. 313. Netflix still pushing a bit higher.
Listen, the market is so on a percentage basis, particularly the chips versus the revenue, it's a whole lot of conversion. The number one taker of unit share is the TPU.
FIGR.
The base development of even products in training. And I would say the number one GPU would be AMD. I do expect that to take share as well because they come out
CELU.
with architecture. Architecture is more similar to NVIDIA's than was in it before because the scale of architecture.
CELU.
LITX.
And it's really a balance, right? GPU is infinitely more flexible. We have seen even 6-year-old GPUs that people in with these custom designs, you're a lot more
CELU.
in the potential longevity, flexibility to move to the next one. So you have to be cranking these out every 9 months. Each of these designs costs between $200 and $500.
LITX.
And the reason we're doing this, Josh, is because it's 75% plus margins. So I planned this years ago, and it's taking its shape.
CELU.
I still meaningfully takes the giant revenue or killer out of the video because the still growing so much. In the long term, it's going to be primarily a GPU world with a lot of different custom inference chips. People who roll their own software. It doesn't feel long term would be nice. Set the expectations, and it's just become a political football, Josh. And until I see GPUs sitting on a Chinese dock picked up with even a 10 cent and selling in the data centers, I don't believe that it's going to happen in mass. There's some total amounts of H200s that get sold at 10,000 each, but it's nominal. I think it'll continue to be political football, even with the upcoming September conversation between President Trump and Xi Jinping. We're always lucky to have you on. Actually, come up, U.S. Canada trade war, and soon start impacting oil trade.
Make this up on production. Many units carry high quality goods and level at prices you can believe. Focus 4 to 80% when you shop your ultimate summer goods at stock. It's super to where your big ideas feature bold apparel, so you can wear and share your brand needs. T-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Just visit Bridges in Bridges. Bridge Logos. 20% off your first order. Visit Bridge. If you can't hit the jackpot in 10 minutes, your slots game. Just it's free to download and go to the pure thrill of it. Enjoy a reliable professional platform where you can quickly claim your rewards whenever you're ready. Just download and try it now. You have a chance to get all 10 minutes. No ads, no scams, no withdrawal minutes. You can smoothly access your rewards anytime. Try it now. I'm going to be doing this because I'm a mom. So my friend told me about the photo. I honestly didn't believe it. But one night I was asleep away from the top. This phone is popping on my phone.
Yeah.
Download it, and then you go on.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. All right, I'm right at my limit. 50% profit. If I can execute this. Otherwise, I'll hit my 345. Actually, kind of wait. I want this to kind of go to 345 so I can see that this time limit strategy executes.
EMI. WBBIP.
All right, let's see. SoFi doing a little better here. SoFi. Okay, SoFi having a pretty decent day. You got the 9 EMA starting to turn up. 9 EMA, 21-day, 50-day starting to turn up. SoFi looking a little better. Okay, we want to break above this zone. Okay, SoFi needs to break above this zone here. What's going on? Okay, so you can see that the moving averages, here's the 9 EMAs pointing this way, 21 days pointing this way, and 50 days pointing like that. So these will start to move away from each other. The 9 EMA will start to accelerate away from it at some point. RSI is rising. All right, so this all looks pretty good for SoFi. I have 2028 leaps on SoFi, a 20 strike call. Those are up $290 per contract today. S&P. S&P 500. Okay, looking for a bounce. Limit. Hold on a second.
Also, even if Canada were shocks, the U.S. has kind of days of its sleep when those reserves the U.S. developing, bringing in heavy crude, the same kind of America into the U.S. That's another supply. We put that in and not just Canada. Canada gets
STUB.
JEM. EMI.
So it's a genuine diplomatic opening, but it is not. It's very, very early. We saw the statement today from this guy saying that they basically agreed to start talking about the idea of a temporary shipping corridor to start mining the waters to allow ships to start safely making that crossing. It was a very key area in the U.S. that not the U.S. Iran is still depending on the U.S. for the stable blockade. That sanctions.
I should trigger here. I'm right at my, yeah, I'm at my limit. I should be triggering right now. Let me see here. Limit, yeah. Okay, so view limit 35 cents. That'll be 50%. Or that better than 50%. Okay, market. $1.15 stop.
EMI. EKAN.
All right, 15 minutes away from a time limit stop. We'll see how this goes. S&P should be filling any second now, I would think. All right, we're at bid at 80 now, 80 cents. All right, S&P is not doing much of anything at this point. Turning up.
The entire first decade of this century, it was wonderful. And for many decades of the last 100 years, old, slow, and boring was good. I strongly suspect people might like it in the years ahead. But regardless, it isn't old, slow, and boring if you look at the returns. If you look at the compounding of capital that McDonald's has done over 30, 40 years, it is absolutely remarkable. You look at the math of how these different
Microsoft starting to bounce.
Investors, it is not boring, and it certainly was not slow. It happened in a way that created massive amounts of wealth. But I think that the fundamental thing people have to understand is that it has to come from profit creation. What we love about fast and exciting companies is they're creating big profits. There is no dividend growth if the dividend companies aren't themselves growing profits. Let me put that another way. I'll try this one. Some of the greatest wealth-creating companies, right, in history, they didn't pay dividends. And I can see a young viewer watching right now, a young investor, maybe he's thinking, you know what? Keep your cash, reinvest it in growth. I'm young, I can wait for this. What do you say to that? Yeah, I think there are companies that have a period of time where they can be investing, generating a higher return on invested capital than they can create for a shareholder by returning capital. It's very rare, and it doesn't last forever. If it does last forever, something's broken with the company. So you end up getting to a point where the company is so successful that they don't have anything to reinvest with the company. So they end up holding on to the hundreds of billions of dollars, and you're basically paying them to be a money market for you. Where the reality is that that high cash flow productivity is what you get to the most. But there is a period of time where a company is not paying a dividend and it's growing its stock price a lot, and that's wonderful. I'm only saying that on a risk reward basis, the dividend growers have done much better than that limited number of companies. When you say dividend growth is for everybody, David, is it that 30-year-old investor who's not looking for income right now? It's far more for a 30-year-old than anybody else, because the compounding for the 30-year-old, when they are 50 or 60 and they now want to start taking money, they're literally going to be getting 50 to 100% per year in what they put in, just from the math of the compounding of the dividends. That right now, if someone bought Coca-Cola and McDonald's back when they were 30 and now they're 60, 70 years old, their cash on cash return per year is 100%. So I love 30-year-olds doing dividend growth. Now they want to go do fun, high growth stuff as well. That's totally different. But no, this is not just a withdrawal strategy. It's a withdrawal strategy and an accumulation one. When you're screening for opportunity, David, are you looking at the size of the dividend right now, or how reliably that dividend can grow the next 1, 3, 5 years? We're looking at both, but I'm far more concerned with the second one. So if you have a good dividend, but it's not going to grow, and in fact is vulnerable to a cut, we're not going to touch it. But also, if we think there's going to be great dividend growth in the years ahead, but it's too small an entry, we probably wouldn't look at that either. So we want a good dividend now that's higher than what the S&P pays. Let's not forget, the S&P 500 right now is offering the lowest dividend yield in history. So we want a certain level of entry, but yes, our main focus is the ability of the growth of those dividends going forward. What are the warning signs, David, that you look for that suggest to you, you know what, this dividend looking kind of shaky? There's a number of things. It's often the qualitative that you can just tell management is not committed to the dividend. They do it, but they don't like it, and they start doing really reckless M&A or taking on a lot more debts to undermine the sustainability of the dividend. When I look at the famous dividend cuts, we avoided the time frame that many dividend investors did. It was always because management made bad decisions. I think about the old city rebates in General Electric stories, really bad stories. But quantitatively, it's when free cash flow is declining, when there's something broken in the thesis, and you know what? Management generally telling us. They start growing the dividend by a lower rate of growth than it used to, or stop growing it altogether. There's usually warning signs, and we insist on avoiding dividend cuts altogether. We'll end here with some picks. We like McDonald's, Verizon, and Mexico. Why those three? Yeah, I think those just maybe with Verizon, you get a very high.
Okay, we're coming up to 3:45. I want to see if this executes because I didn't get my limit filled yet. We're right at my 35 cent. I should be triggering unless I have something set wrong here. Okay, Meta breaking out. Meta's breaking out. Okay, here goes Meta. Okay, sorry. Meta taking off to the upside. Meta. This is what we were looking for on Meta. Volume. Okay, we still don't have the volume I was looking for. Okay. Volume should be more than half of yesterday's. I was hoping that we'd have volume above yesterday's volume. So still not giving me exactly what I'd like to see. Okay, starting to move now. Okay, I should be triggering. Should be triggering here. Come on. I don't want to intervene. I want this to do it automatically. I want it to take this trade automatically. Okay, Meta's climbing. Okay, here's the S&P 500. This is the iron condors. I just want to show you where I'm at, okay? You see this strike way up here? 77.40. That's my short strike. That's a 10 delta that I sold this morning. 77.40, 745. See what that is? Okay. Prices would have to get all the way up here to fill a 10 delta. Okay. And all the way down here at 76.10. That's my other short strike on the put side. Okay. So we're moving away from my puts, which means that I should fill here shortly if I haven't already.
IVRX. SNDQ.
You know, and some blue state governors also have blocked the EPA waiving those separate several months ago as well. So, you know, increasingly in the years ahead, we continue to see politicians kind of playing this to their advantage. You know, Republicans maybe enabling policies and blue state prices and blue state governors.
What time is it? 3:43. We're going to get time executed order.
AKAN.
Okay, Meta.
SNDQ.
3:45 coming up. 3:45. Let's see if this triggers. I have a time set on this too. One DTEs. I don't want to hold a one DTE until into tomorrow because there's overnight risk. So I have a 3:45 at the latest time limit on this. So it'll automatically go to the current price as a market order. So I'll get filled at 53% if it fills right here at 35 cents. $3.45. Okay, it executed. It just executed automatically. Okay, 3:45.
DAIC.
SNDQ.
DAIC.
SNDQ.
DAIC. RPG now. RPG now. DAIC.
All right. Feels pretty good. Automated.
RPG now. DAIC.
Do, 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 do.
IBRX.
All right. Looks good. Looking good.
ADBT halted to the upside. IVRX.
So we're looking for a way to legitimize. So getting
IVRX.
So at first, here would be very system and change the system. Not a little bit strategy, and how to currently our facility for about 10 years. So with this event, this strategy, we'll be able to mix 500%.
IVRX.
Will address the facilitation.
EXC halting.
It'll get us through successive test flights. It'll also be used for our facility. We've got 400 acres to work with, so we will be state-of-the-art solid rocket motor. And the last but not least, we're in space for the order to test it to
IVRX.
Specifically for solid rocket motors, capital we put in to turn on revenue and for the
All right, nice little rally up. S&P. I like this. I like this iron condor idea. I can still do, obviously, scalps on S&P, but selling 10 deltas every day, I know that I'm going to be making with 10 of those. I know I'm going to be making $300 to $400 a day in credits. Closed by the 345 at the latest. All right, nice little pop here.
LITX.
Nice little rally up here. Let's see what those calls are going for. Let's see what those iron condors are going for now. Oh, that's a nice surprise. Actually got more than what I was expecting.
ADBT may resume in less than a minute.
That was nice. Cool. I like that.
RAX.
Okay. Oh, I got SPY calls. Thanks for reminding me. I have SPY calls. Sorry, I have a SPY fly, a SPY butterfly. Okay, SPY flies.
ADBT may res in 10 seconds. ABCL.
Yeah, I have call flies I have to pay attention to. Let's see, SPY.
ALOY. EXOZ may resume in less than a minute.
All right, looks good. SPY. Be nice to see us start to trend upward. Closing in the upper half of the daily range. Looking good. By the way, I took these off. These puts, I took those off yesterday at the close. Yesterday at the open, rather. Okay. Oh, boy. Hope everybody's having a good day. I'm sorry, I'm yawning in your ear. I got a lot of sleep last night, too. I think I overslept. Went to bed at 9:30, got up at 6:30. That's 9 hours. More than I need. I was talking to my neighbor. He said his wife gets up at 4 o'clock every day and walks around the house. So he gets up at 6. That's pretty funny. Oh, man. Okay, Meta looking really good here. Meta looking good. Meta. Yeah, these SPY flies are only up $10 per contract, so no big deal. I need to get that a bit higher. The Q's looking for more upside. We got NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Okay, Meta is on the move.
AIX, AKAN.
ALOY. Time to upgrade your entertainment. Switch to immersive audiences. ARKR halted down. CRML.
AKAN. XPON.
ADBT may resume in less than a minute.
BTCT.
DXYZ.
AKAN. XPON. AIX.
All right, folks, that's it. I got a birthday party to go to, my nephew. So I got to get out of here. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'm your host, because I've been coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, August 25th, 4 p.m. straight up the closing bell. I'll be talking more about these iron condors. I think it's a really good way to add some extra $200 to $300 to $400 a day in income. You just have to go through the manual process of setting it up. If I could have a algo do this for me, it'd be great. So essentially what I'm doing is selling 10 delta, 1 DTE iron condors for the next day. So for today, I sold for tomorrow. I put in a OCO order. One cancels other. If I hit a 50% profit, it closes the trade. If I hit a stop, in this case, $1.15. I've received 75 cents per contract credit. If it hits the stop, it takes me out of the trade on any ballistic move or drop into the toilet. And finally, if that doesn't happen during the trading day, because I don't want to have 1 DTEs carrying them over into the next day because that has overnight risk. Finally, I have a 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time trigger that executes if nothing else happens during the trading day. So if we have a boring day, it executes at 3:45. That happened today, so I waited it out and see if it would execute. So now I have a process in place that I just start at 9:30 in the morning. You go to the bathroom at work. If you're working, go to the bathroom on your phone. You set up an iron condor, 10 deltas, 1 DTE. You go back to work. You put the OCO order in, and then you go back to work. That's it. Or if you're in front of a computer and you're able to access your trading account, maybe on your cell phone, you do that too. No need to monitor it during the day and make sure you're okay, which is the big pet peeve I have because he's in school. He doesn't need to be paying attention to his phone, right? So anyway, I'll be updating you more on that. I posted a bunch of information in the spreads channel, spreads condors channel, so you can check that out. Have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.